6:05. I'm calling the meeting to order. Steve, can we do a roll call?
Certainly. Ms. Wells,
Here.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Present.
Mr. Patches,
Present.
Mr. Bryce,
Present.
Mr. Cantor,
Here.
Ms. Tabachnik,
Here.
Mr. Rowena,
Here.
Mr. Mushak,
Here.
and Mr. Schulman.
Here.
I think I got everybody.
I think you did. I think Darius is missing. If he makes it, we'll introduce him later. I'm going to seat the first two alternates that showed up for this first item, and that's Anna Tabachnik and Chapin Bryce. Excuse me. For the second item, we'll seat Hector Patches and Anna Tabachnik, and we'll rotate that way for the two public hearings. Our first public hearing is 2023-29 SP RVCV LLC and Mary Grace Vona, 127 and 135 Richards Avenue, District 5, Block 70, lots 20 and 28. Construction of a 13-unit elderly housing development. For any of the public that may wish to participate, let me explain how we conduct our public hearings. The developer or the developer's representative will explain the project in as much detail as they feel is necessary. During that time, the members of the commission are, of course, free to ask any questions they wish. When that presentation is completed, we will open up the public hearing to comment from the public. We ask that the members of the public who wish to speak simply do so courteously in the same manner that we would treat them. And we ask that you be as brief as possible while also making certain that you've asked any questions or made any points that are important to you, because we only give speakers one opportunity to speak. When everyone has had who wishes to has had an opportunity to speak, we will then turn it back to the developer, or again, developer's representative, for response to what they've heard from the public. And again, the members of the commission are free to ask any questions, make any comments that they wish. After that's been completed, we will close the public hearing and discuss the matter among ourselves, and possibly vote on the matter as well. With that, again, when we get to the section where the public speaks, we ask that you identify yourself with your name and also provide us with your address. And with that, Attorney Blank, I believe you're representing the developer.
Yes, sir. So good evening, Adam Blank. I live here in Norwalk for the applicants RVCV LLC and Mary Grace Vona, that I'm going to just collectively call Vona this evening. With me are Jim Jameson, the architect, Matt Kivijarv, the civil engineer, Matt Pop, the landscape architect and wetland scientist, Greg Del Rio, the traffic engineer, and Carlo Vona, one of the Vonas and owners of the properties, You'll hear from sort of all of those folks tonight, other than Carlo, who's here to answer questions that come up, but isn't going to give a formal presentation. Just give you a quick overview of the application and answer a few questions that came up from staff, and any questions that you folks have before turning it over to the rest of the team. So with that, share my screen. I've got a aerial up of the properties. It's 127 and 135 Richards Avenue. These, upon approval, will be merged into a single parcel, but right now it's these two lots. The little one here in the middle is not part of our application and is not owned by the Vonas. You can see Connecticut Avenue down here with the Walmart, and there's a condo complex here, an office. In here, you've got an assisted living facility. And then this shows as if it's undeveloped land on the DPW. This is from Department of Public Works, their aerial. When you go to Google, this was that assisted living, and that vacant land you can see, which is 125 Richards Avenue, is in fact developed with its 6 duplexes of elderly housing. So these 6 here coming down to the 5 Mile River, that's right in here. That was done by an entirely unrelated developer from the Vonas, although they did utilize the same. Both of them have utilized all of the same experts and professionals that you'll hear from tonight. And the Vonas, we should mention, while you've referred to them as the developers, they actually are and have been the owners of these properties. They haven't just sort of recently acquired them for this development. They've owned them for some time. So it's about 2.46 acres of property collectively. It's the B residence zone. And again, you've got a number of large-scale developments all surrounding these parcels. The plan is to put in 6 duplex buildings, 1 building that's a single unit, so it'll be 13 total units of elderly housing. Each one would be 3 bedrooms. They'd be handicap accessible first floor primary bedrooms. Each would have a basement, with each having a single car garage, about 2,400 square feet of above grade living area. You've got, besides the single car garage for parking, residents can park a second vehicle sort of in their driveway. And then there are 6 additional overflow parking spaces here. And under your regs, you actually only need 1 space per unit.
We are right. We are looking. We're interested in the property. You tell us what you want to do. I think it's.
So again, it'll have many similarities to the project next door at 125 Richards, as well as the projects that were approved over at 40 Fullen, which were again very similar to this in terms of design and layout. I'll sort of address a couple of issues in the staff memo that I assume that you've seen, or maybe you haven't, but I assume you've seen it. One of the sort of questions that was raised in the memo and was sort of raised previously, and I guess for consideration for you tonight, but also in your zoning rewrite, was whether this development should be limited to where each unit is 3 bedrooms, and whether or not these types of housing units should have basements. We were in front of you, or I was in front of you, not we, I was in front of you within the last 3 months on a request for a minor change over at 40 Fullen to allow basements in some of those units. And I think, although I suspect we'll hear a little bit more tonight, but I think the concern from the staff has been that the elderly housing units don't need to be big, that they can, that elderly couples or individuals don't need to have large homes. And I sort of think sometimes that may be the case, sometimes it may not be, and that's kind of sort of paternalistic. And you've got lots of houses in Norwalk that are 6,000 square foot homes, a lot of them on the water for a couple, for two people, or for a single person. And, we don't regulate the size of a home that a bachelor could have, or a couple, or a family of three versus a family of six. I'm not sure why the city would want it to get into the business of regulating how big of a house an elderly is appropriate for an elderly couple or an elderly individual. Now, I do think, and so two things too to keep in mind with these is that, number one, the way that your regulations are written, these units have to be, you only get one unit for every 6,250 square feet of land area. And that's the same as what you'd get for a single family home in the B zone. There's no bonus density for doing elderly housing. You don't get more. The only way that you arguably, and in this case, you probably do get an extra unit or two, is that this could be a subdivision. If it was a subdivision, you'd have to comply with the subdivision regulations. And importantly, that would require this entrance to be a city street with a roundabout. So like if you look at a lot of the surrounding developments, like this is a subdivision here with the roundabout. Here's another one here with the roundabouts. And if you start constructing that compared to this, you might lose a unit or two. So maybe you gain a little bit, but in general, there's no huge sort of like density bonus for doing elderly housing. And so one, your land cost is fairly expensive here. Number two, because you're building a unit that's designed where if somebody had some disabilities, they could theoretically live entirely on the first floor. You're trying to create units that have a bigger first floor than you might otherwise. Once you've paid for that sort of large first floor, and you've paid for the land, and you got to pay for the roof above it, is only a modest additional cost to put a story above that ground floor. So if you've already got all of those other costs in, why wouldn't you add a second story to the building? And you're going to need a foundation no matter what. And so the difference between putting in a full basement versus just a slab is, again, a fairly modest cost. So at that point, it's hard for a builder to say, well, we won't put in the basement. And now all of a sudden, you have a larger structure than maybe you originally thought you needed or wanted, simply because the economics of it work that way. And so that's part of why these are the way they are. Part of it is that there's a real demand in the market for them and people want larger homes. Again, not to say that you shouldn't want to create a way for there to be lower, smaller sized and moderate priced elderly housing in Norwalk. But I think, in my view, rather than trying to regulate how large they can be, that a better way to do that would be to say, okay, well, we'll allow you to do townhouses and not be in single family or two family, because these are right now only allowed to be single or duplex. You could make it townhouses with the higher density. You could, right now, you can't put an accessory apartment above these because that's only in a single family home. You could create a reg that allows you to have on the second story here an accessory apartment, all of which would lower the costs down for the elderly housing and give you smaller ones. But I don't think you should regulate whether or not they can have basements and how many bedrooms they should be required to have. But again, we are only proposing 3 bedrooms for this particular development, although it's theoretically possible that in a finished basement, someone could create a 4th bedroom.
Attorney Blank, are these going to be rentals?
Yes, that is currently the plan. Mr. Vona may change that as they go into construction, but the plan right now is to do them as rentals.
Good, thank you.
So the development will have housekeeping. They'll offer housekeeping, professional caregiving, meals, and supportive services. All of the exterior maintenance of the dwelling will be taken care of in the landscaping. and it obviously fills a need in Norwalk. The POCD, your Plan of Conservation and Development, notes that the population is aging as baby boomers move into retirement. Housing for the growing elderly population is an important component of economic development. And as the plan says, as that elderly population increases, some will desire or require new housing options, which this hopes to partially fulfill. Again, it's a special permit use in the B zone. It complies with all of your requirements. One concern or question raised in your staff memo as well was about the reg currently is written says that a resident has to be 60 or over in these complexes, and whether that should be either amended or reinterpreted to require all residents to be 60 or over, or changed in some other manner. And so I think I would pitch that you not require all residents to be 60 and over. That the general practice throughout the country and in Connecticut, and if you look at like Heritage Village or any of the big sort of elder communities, it's pretty standard. One that's 55 and over, not 60 is the standard, but Norwalk is higher at 60. They almost all say that you've got to have one person on the lease that actually lives there that's 60 and over, but you can have a spouse or significant other who might not be at that age restricted age 60 or so that can live with you, which we propose is something that ought to be adopted or enforced here in Norwalk, as well as what most of those require is they say no children under the age of 18 are sort of allowed under any circumstances to live there. But you can have, if you're a couple that's, in your early 60s and you've got a college age kid, you can have a child who's under 18 that can live there for less than 6 months, right? So summer vacations or coming home for Christmas, that's sort of permitted, but you don't have kids living in the complex on a full-time basis, all of which we think is reasonable and makes sense. But again, we think it ought to stay as 60 and over for one resident. I believe, and your staff can correct me, but I believe the way that you've enforced that thus far is by requiring us to certify that we've gotten a driver's license and confirmed from a resident on the lease that they are in fact 60 and over, and that the leases all require that. I think that's what the process has been thus far. I think it seems to work okay. But it's kind of like any, for workforce housing, for any of those situations where you're supposed to have something, a lot of it comes to you if there's a complaint, and we would hope there wouldn't be, but I think we'd be willing to continue to sort of certify that we're getting driver's licenses or identification that's showing that a resident is 60 or over, and providing that to you on an annual or some other basis. The move off of the age question that came up in the memo, on these applications, 25% of the site is required to be in a conservation area, and the hatched area here is what is proposed in that conservation area, and that sort of melds nicely with the neighboring two developments have the similar conservation area that goes along the 5 Mile River. So now you're just adding to it with this area in here. About 60% of the site's open space and green area. And we've got a traffic report and a stormwater management report. I think I'll let the Matts and Greg speak to those. I think unless you have questions for me at this point, I'll turn it over to Matt Kay.
Hello, Matthew Kiviar from Rocco D'Andrea. We're the engineers and surveyors for this project. Just going to briefly go over the overall site plan. So as Adam had said, there are 13 elderly housing units, and as far as impervious area and water quality treatment is concerned, we proposed a single concrete gallery system at the end of the driveway, which is proposed to treat a majority of the impervious area on the site. It's going to deal with water quality and peak runoff reduction for the 1 to 100-year storms, as well as a reduction in runoff volume for the 1 to 10-year storms. So all the water quality standards will be met per the City of Norwalk Drainage Manual. All impervious area will be treated, and overflow will head out in the westerly direction towards a level spreader that is along the retaining wall to the west towards 5 Mile River, which is our single point of concern for the area. And that runoff will just sheet flow, over lawn, over the planted area that will be landscaped, and rehydrate the wetlands, get back into the water course. And overall, we see this as just a large improvement to the property. As far as drainage is concerned, I think that is all. I can turn it over to Jim if you'd like to discuss the actual dwelling units themselves.
Okay, let's see. The units themselves are on ground floor. There's a master suite. Let me see if I can share this. Oh, where'd we go? Everything. Okay, yeah.
Amelia, do you have the plans by any chance you could pull up?
You
Yeah,
want me to, Matt Pop, you want me to go over the landscape while he's looking for them?
Yeah, or Jim, I can pull them up too.
Oh, can you pull them up? Yeah, because it's
yeah.
not coming up on my screen.
Yeah. Do you want to
Okay, there you go.
start with this?
You can start with that. So it's a duplex unit, so they're a mirror image of each other. When you come in, come on, let's scroll down a little. Okay, that's good. Main floor master bedroom, 2 walk-in closets, a handicap accessible bathroom. So, making a unit handicap accessible, means wider doorways, 8-foot turnarounds. So it, takes a little bit of space. Walking through the house, in the back of the house, there's a great, we call it a commons room. It's basically, there's a kitchen, dining space, sitting area, gas fireplace. And as you see to the right, there's a mudroom and laundry that is accessed directly from the garage, and then back door out. And we have a covered porch off of the kitchen for outdoor dining. So the units are very similar to what we did next door at 125. These units are a bit smaller. So we have 1,523 square feet on the first floor. However, the second floor is quite a bit smaller than next door, with just with 2 bedrooms and a little loft sitting area. So this is about 880 square feet. So we've sort of reduced the size of the second floor, which has allowed us to put a cathedral ceiling in that commons room, which is really going to make that space feel a lot larger than it is if dimensions.
And that's the elevations.
The front elevations are low scale, and You don't really see any two-story walls. The roof lines come down to right near the second floor line, so these are going to fit well into the landscape of the property, and it's going to have a smaller scale feel than if we just built two-story boxes. Maximum height is well under 30 feet for all the units, so they're really low scale. We're planning to put 20 solar panels on the duplexes, and we would have 10 on the single unit.
How much of the house do you think will be powered by those solar panels?
We don't have any data on that right now, so that's something we'll have to vet out, because it does depend on the exposure and also, how, the capability of each panel. That's something we'll vet out with the solar person.
And Commissioner Cantor, I'll sort of jump out of order for a second, but since it's now been raised, your staff provided a draft resolution, and one of the conditions of approval in that, it was condition number 9, condition number 8, says, here we go, that solar panels be installed on each building. And so we know from the other developments how many you can fit on the roof and what can be sort of fit there. But we haven't really looked at the tree canopy and had a feasibility study to say whether or not that in fact is feasible. And so I would ask, the plan is to put solar in, and we know what we can do, but that the language of that condition actually mirror the regulation itself. And the regulation says that you have to put solar on unless it's determined that that's not feasible based upon a feasibility report. So, we can't just decide not to put it in, but we'd like you to leave in there the language that's in the reg that we'll put solar on all buildings unless it's not feasible, as determined by a feasibility report. Sorry, Jim.
That's all right. That's perfect.
And do you have anything more to add, Jim, or are you?
I think that's pretty much it.
Okay. Mr. Pop?
Good evening, Matthew Pop, landscape architect, Environmental Land Solutions. We're out of Norwalk, that right up the street from City Hall. And we prepared the landscaping plan, and I think we're going to try to share it. So let's just see. I'm not sure if you see it or not.
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. No.
Matt, and I can pull it up if you need it, Matt.
All right. Now do you see it? Any chance or?
Looks like it's coming. There it is.
There it
Okay.
goes.
So on the, hang on 1 second. So on the far right, we have Richards Ave. The site kind of slopes downward towards the 5 Mile River, which is on the far left side of the sheet. Right in the center of the site, there's large fill piles, so it's fairly disturbed site. I'm going to try to zoom in here again. Actually, I won't zoom in. But right here, there's a faint red line. That is an existing house right through here. And the proposed development kind of pulls the structures away from the river more so than the existing house. So it's about 20 feet further away from the river than the existing house. We do propose a significant amount of landscaping, mainly shade trees, kind of the larger circles through here. Shade trees include maples, oaks, and tulip trees. There's 16 of those. There's a significant amount of those within kind of the open space area here. The open space is fairly open, so we could do a lot of the plantings in there. But we have 29 understory or small flowering trees. They're kind of the smaller circles here, and here. We have 26 evergreen trees, mainly red cedars, spruce, and some hollies. Those are included, in through this area here, and then up along Richards Ave. And then basically along the perimeter of the site, the northern property line, the southern property line, and actually this property line right through here, we have arborvitae. We have about 144 of them. Kind of want to screen the projects from the surrounding neighbors. There are four light poles proposed, and the light poles are right down here. You can see the detail. They're 12 feet high. They're downward pointing. A warm 3000 K color temperature. There's 4 fixtures. There's one here, a second one here, there's a third one here, and a fourth one here. Extremely low level lighting. There's, I would say, it's not even landscape lighting, it's more like accent lighting, just shining down just to orientate people where they are. So there's no light spillage. Again, downward pointing, dark sky. One thing about the development is, being it would be landscaped or maintained by one person, it's easy to maintain this similar look and high quality landscaping. If it was a subdivision, everybody would have their own landscapers. We didn't propose a dog run, but I would assume right in this area right through here where the underground detention galleries is a lawn area. That could be used for a dog area. I think some of the other projects had a significant amount of dogs. I think the Fulton Street application, I think so far everybody has a dog. So again, we do have a kind of a usable space for dogs. And then just like to again focus on the last thing is that wildlife corridor or open space along the 5 Mile River, how it connects to the properties to the south and actually over to the north a little bit. In this far northwest corner, there's a little bit of bamboo. We're proposing to, try to attempt to remove that. And I think that's something that is doable. And just lastly, kind of right through here, between the kind of natural area, the open space, and the development, we have a stone retaining wall, and then we have boulders here. So that demarcates the kind of the limit, so that of the landscaped areas, so that the lawn won't encroach within the conservation easement. I
Has
think
the river in that area flooded at all?
I'm sure it does. It does slope up, but maybe the other Matt can answer that. But it does slope up from here, quite a bit. So maybe we can have the other Matt answer that.
I also have go ahead, sorry.
So yeah, just as far as flooding, we haven't specifically looked into that, but I mean, nothing that has been brought to our attention, at least, for our concern. But I mean, as far as I know, there has not been any major flooding.
There we go.
I also have a question on grading, but I can ask the questions about landscaping now if that's better since this is up.
Sure.
Appreciate removing the bamboo. Are any of the existing trees being kept on the property?
There is right over in the front. This tree right here is significant. So that's kind of the one tree that I think is worthy of protection. Kind of the other ones, I would say they're thin, but this tree right here, this oak, let me just zoom in. I think it's like a 36-inch oak. Again, it's kind of in the streetscape. Actually, it says 30-inch oak. That is safe. So there's a cluster here, but out of, I think, all those trees on site, this is the one that we're trying to save. Originally, this retaining wall came straight up and kind of connected over, and we kind of made a little jog in it to keep kind of away from that oak tree. There's, I think that
I have a question for the developer.
Please go ahead, Jane.
Please.
Hey, good evening.
Hi.
So my question is, you mentioned early in your presentation, as part of your amenities package, that you will have assistance such as, I guess, housekeeping service. Is that what I heard?
That it'll be offered, yes.
And so is that kind of a contractual with an agency, or will they be part of the living staff?
So the way that I expect that it will work, and Carlo can correct me if I've got it wrong here, is that the residents will pay like a base rent price, which will include like some exterior maintenance, like that kind of thing. But for the like living in housekeeping or aid assistance, that won't be a standard provision. That can be provided for through it'll end up being a third party through them, or some of the folks may have their own agency or aids that they use or services that they bring in on their own.
Okay, so I guess that would, my next question was, how many people is expected to be employed as part of this package?
Yeah, and I don't know that they'll have any full-time staff, Carlo, if you will, but I don't know that they'll have any full-time employees as opposed to contractors.
Yeah, it says the development will offer residents housekeeping, professional caregiving, meals, and other supportive services, along with exterior maintenance and landscaping. I mean, that sounds like it's being provided and offered by the development. It's like if my parent was interested in living there, are they being given a brochure about the things the development offers and how much they cost, even if they're provided by like some other, but like, and how much would this cost?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, again, if Carlo knows any of the pricing information, but I know he hasn't done one of these before. But it absolutely has to be offered, like under your regs, it's got to be offered through the developer. But it can certainly be whether they're employees or W-9s. It does, you can't, that's not sort of controlled.
So is there a plan for how it would be offered? If it's in the regs?
Have you got that far, Carlo, yet as to exactly who you're gonna contract with to provide services?
Currently, we are still sort of studying that and trying to see what are the most effective ways to bring some of those services to the client. But to try and touch on different needs of every single person, I think, it would be hard to, list what every individual, person would need outside of, what if someone had trouble seeing, would you need eye care, or some sort of help like that, or if someone, so I'm not trying to be specific or call out specific needs. It's a little too general or big to try and pinpoint every single need. So I think we're still trying to, figure that out. I think the biggest hurdle here is just sort of to try and, see what is to try and get this moving. But the goal is to sort of mimic what our friends are doing at Fullen and next door, and just sort of take lead from them. We have good communication with that crew, so it's just taking a little time.
Well, do we have an idea of, just like in general, how many jobs you plan to create or you plan to bring to Norwalk?
Well, a property that size, maintenance alone could easily take up to 15 people between lawn care, cleanup, spring and fall, street, driveway and sidewalk maintenance, snow removal, just to name a few. And then obviously all the other different ongoing, sort of maintenance things that need to be addressed with, with homes. So if I had to, and then that would be the ongoing maintenance, but what about the hundreds of jobs that we would be providing and the businesses that would be benefiting from this development? So I don't think it's an after development question. I think a project like this that would take 18 months to 2 years to complete is going to provide several hundred jobs, and then there'll be jobs later on moving forward. And then we'll be able to supplement also other businesses like public transportation, the Wheels Bus, potentially Norwalk Community College with, learning. I don't know, I can't think of the exact word, but, just learning, the different programs they offer for, I don't know, learning how to invest or learning how to, I don't know, do Photoshop, right? Or knit or art, so you have the school, you have the public service, you have the restaurants and the shopping that are to the east of the development. You have some of the so I think a lot of those stores on Connecticut Avenue will benefit: coffee, fuel, clothing. So I think I think a lot of the community, plus, I think it'll add an extra. It'll definitely make the area, the transition from just sort of, that that commerce area, and slowly transition towards the school with just a bunch of beautiful projects that are already on that road. I think our section right there would be a good completion to just sort of fulfilling that little corridor and making it more community friendly and forward. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, actually it does. And not that I was looking for any specific number, just like I guess, an overview of,
Sure.
But you were very detailed in the type of services that would be needed, and then the branch off how those services can, provide benefit to the community as a whole, not just the complex. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'll tell you just anecdotally, I think these parcels are currently assessed by the city as being worth a little under $1 million, somewhere in that ballpark. The property next door at 125 Richards now as completed development for 12 units, so 1 unit less. Whether the city's right or not, the city has now valued those at $13.5 million. So it's a substantial increase in the tax base for sure.
Right. And so these are, to go back to Lou's point, these are for rental. These are rentals, right? And what is the price point? Or the projected price point?
I don't know.
It's tough to say, if you don't mind me answering, Adam. The projected price point is a little tough to say. We'd initially like to be able to cover our costs, meaning, the investment plus, exposure. It would ultimately be determined by what's comparable to what we're doing. And then obviously what the market will bear.
Yeah,
So-
in 2 years or 3 years.
Correct. I don't think the ultimate, and I don't think that, I think from a family us, you know, our family. I think the ultimate goal is to be able to build something that, you know, that we could be, you know, and not to sound corny or cheesy, but, you know, we've also been longtime Norwalk residents since 1969. My mom was born here in 1950. So being able to leave a bit of a mark on our town, and being able to develop that space and make it beautiful ultimately is it's more of an achievement than us trying to look at dollar signs. I mean, obviously we need our costs to be covered, but I think it would be a lot of it'd be more prideful for us that we, you know, 2 immigrants that came here with nothing were able to create something. So like I said, I'm not trying to, you know, sound cheesy or corny, but I think that is more of the goal.
Okay, thank you.
The narrative description, paragraph or paragraphs of it appear to be exactly cut and paste from the narrative description for the thing next door at 125. Do you guys have a relationship with them?
No, there's the
Straight cut and
relationship.
paste.
Yeah, the
Okay.
relationship was that the Vonas said, we like what they did next door. Let me hire the same lawyer, the same engineer, the same landscape architect, and I want that because it works. That's it. There's no.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And so if there, we do have Greg Del Rio, the traffic engineer. Greg, can you just give a real brief on the traffic?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Greg Del Rio, professional engineer, state of Connecticut, Hardesty and Hanover with offices in Norwalk. I'll do a quick screen share here and let me know when you've got it. Just showing the aerial right now.
We can see it.
All right, thank you. So the site is here and it's directly north, as we were just discussing, of some similar uses and scale that came online within the last 5 years, I believe. Right next to us, similar scale and use. And then the bridges came on a little bit earlier, same type of use, but a much larger in scale. And it's consistent with some of the other residential developments that's occurred on this side of the street. There are sidewalks in front providing connectivity for pedestrians and other non-motorized uses. We have the curvature of the road kind of goes away from our driveway, which improves sight lines. And, you know, we did do the sight line in the intersection sight distance, and it meets and exceeds the required sight distances. So there's no issue with that. And then that brings us into the trip generation, which for a senior housing development with 14, we did it with 14 units at the time. I think we're now at 13. So this is slightly conservative. And it just generates, 4 total trips in the peak hour in the morning and in the evening. And 3 of them sort of estimated to be exiting, 1 would be arriving. And when you consider, these numbers are very low to begin with, but when you consider that, at least 1 of these exits, for example, is making a left to go north, maybe 2 are going towards Connecticut, it's very minimal impact to any single approach on either side of us. Yeah, that's a very quick, brief story on traffic. I can answer any questions, but that's sort of the presentation on the issues related to access and traffic.
If there are no questions, let's move on.
Sure. So we have submitted the green cards for the notice to neighbors. And because of the wetlands and the river there, we did go through the wetlands department, and we did receive our wetlands approval a couple of weeks back now. I think if I can just share my screen again. I just want to touch a couple of things on the draft from the draft resolution to approve has number 16 on here. Says a brief follow-up report from a Connecticut licensed traffic engineer be provided describing the new intersection volume 6 months after the issuance of the certificate of zoning compliance. And like Commissioner Tabchek noted, I think this similarly was cut and pasted from the 40 Fullen conditions of approval, which is a much larger project exiting out onto a much smaller side street. Richards, the volume on Richards is 12,000 vehicles a day. And so I'd ask that you consider removing this condition, because I think it's just an unnecessary cost that, is not, it's not going to do anything on a development this small on a road that's built for that much volume. That's in addition to the comment I previously made on solar. The only other comment that I will make for finishing up, subject to your questions, is one of your conditions was subject to the sign off of all of the departments. There was some feedback from TMP. They had actually they had asked for a sidewalk to be installed at our expense on the neighboring properties here, and a crosswalk with beacons across to Juhas, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, road. Those off-site improvements, we don't believe they're necessitated by our project. We think they're necessitated by Norwalk Community College and their student body. But we have said that, if that's the only sort of condition that's tagged on or added along to the conditions of approval, that Mr. Vona will agree to pay those costs and get that installed. If there's lots of other things that get added on, then we reserve our right to contest that it's not related to this project, because it's really not. But it's not something, whether it's a $50,000 or $100,000 expense, it's not something that we want to appeal over or fight over if that's what gets the project moving forward. So I think that's all that I have to add. We can answer questions that that you have, and otherwise that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions before we open it up to the public?
I have two quick questions, hopefully. The grading and photometric plans, that I didn't see them come up on the screen here, but on the note of photometrics, I think that's the quicker one. It looks like some of the light from one of the light fixtures casts into the neighboring property that is kind of that cutout between the two properties. Am I reading that correctly on the photometric plan?
Adam, I'm not sure if you have that.
I don't have that. Let me try to see if I can get it up. I don't have it right
So the
here.
one thing about some of the light fixtures is, I think right behind those fixtures, I placed a row of green giant arborvitae. So in case there was, and I don't want the neighbor to be able to see the fixtures at all. So right behind them, there are some. So I think it's.
Yeah, the first one on the driveway there, the left, as you're coming into the driveway. I just saw some of the figures there. We're not zero on the neighbor's property, and so I want to make sure that it's not causing disturbance of their property.
If we could zoom in, if that's a concern, we could always flip that fixture to the other side.
Great.
Straight across.
Great.
So you can see there's the kind of row of arborvitae, which will stay.
Okay. The other question was on grading. I noticed on, I think it was the site plan, a pretty steep grade in maybe the first third of the property. Is the site being regraded to level it out for these properties?
Yeah, Adam, I don't know if you want to pull up the site plan if you have it. This is the first sheet grading plan. There's a cross section on the bottom of this plan sort of showing the existing grades as well as the proposed grades for the driveway. Sorry, be the sheet after this one, but yeah, you can see the existing grade. Yeah, it has this mound, which we are proposing to level out with the driveway at a fairly even 4% throughout. And if you just scroll down a little bit, you can sort of see the comparison.
Yeah, and you guys can see, right, the 86, 84, 82, 80, that's the grade after. So it's much more consistent all the way through. And that's also when the question about flooding before the 5 Mile River, I think it's at 60. And then it jumps up to like 70, 72 here. So there's got to be quite a bit of flooding for it to impact our development.
Yeah, you can see the cross section.
Proposed is here, existing.
And that works the other way too, where you're not expecting runoff to go into the 5 Mile from the new development, correct?
Correct. Yeah, everything, almost 100% of the impervious area will be going to the retention system and significantly reducing runoff end volumes before it discharges.
Yeah, and then there's a level spreader, but it's actually slowing the flow.
Awesome, that's what I thought.
I have a question, Mike here.
Go ahead, Mike.
As far as trash pickup goes, would it be municipal or private? And how would a big garbage truck get down that driveway and then turn around? Or would it just back uphill, I guess? Or does everybody have to take their bins up the hill? Which might
No,
not be
I
easy.
think it's bins to the end of their little driveway and then it's private. The
So there'll be
city-
a big garbage truck coming in. I guess that would pertain to any large truck. Accommodation for larger vehicles like a big FedEx truck or a UPS truck. You know,
Yeah. Sorry.
How'd that work?
So for this, what I don't think the garbage is going to be that large that it's going to have an issue with turning around or getting out or needing to back out because there'll be individual receptacles. But we have, just so you know, we have also gotten our sign off from the fire department, which has looked at the ability of fire trucks to get into the site and navigate it and get out. And they've, we've done the numbers, and Matt can probably give you them if you want, but the smaller ones can turn around and the larger vehicles would have to back out.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky to back out onto Richards Avenue, I assume, with the 12,000 vehicles a day.
That's going to be, if there's a fire emergency, the garbage truck is not going to need to back out. It's not a city garbage truck coming in.
Right. No, I'm thinking of a typical delivery truck. But, they'll handle it. I don't see that you have the room to provide a bigger turnaround at the end, so. But I always think about those functional aspects as another landscape architect to another landscape architect. I'm sure they'll deal with it.
Other questions? All right, if not.
Just
oh,
one
go ahead,
question.
Andy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you spoke to this already, Mr. Blank. I'd do better with things in writing. I saw the comments and letters from the other departments and TMP and CPW. And TMP, I know you spoke about the sidewalk thing they wanted you to do, but they also had a lot of other recommendations and asks, and I didn't see any sort of response to any of these external departments. So like, are you guys agreeing to do all the other stuff they're asking for, the thing about the septic system, that DPW brought up, like, is that all kosher?
Yeah, the general view on this, and for all of the ones that I've sort of been involved in, is that if we have a specific, we're going to get their sign off. That's always a condition of your approval, is that we get their sign off, which means we're going to make sure we hammer it out with them and it gets agreed on. But if there's something that they're asking for that's specifically a problem for us or that we disagree with, like potentially that the crosswalk and the sidewalk off-site, we'll raise that with you and tell you that we don't want you to make the approval subject to their sign off or subject to that. But we're comfortable with you making an approval subject to all of those departments' sign offs, and whether it's exactly what's in their memo now or not, we have to get their sign off to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, if not, Steve, would you just explain how the public can access the meeting?
Sure. So there's nobody by phone. So everybody that's participating, if you wanted to speak to this specific item, just use the raise your hand feature, which is kind of on the bottom part of your screen. We'll unmute you and allow you to speak. So far, no one, Mr. Chairman, but just a reminder, the raise your hand button is at the bottom of the screen towards the, at least on mine, it's on the right-hand side of the options.
We have a raised hand, so I'll allow Diane Cece to talk.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Diane Cece, Olmsted Place in Norwalk. I was hoping actually there'd be a bunch of other people maybe looking to speak, because I wanted to ask if they could actually go before me. The reason I'm asking that is I'm online. I'm sorry, I tuned in late, by the way. So I may ask some questions that have been answered, and you can just feel free to cut me off. But the reason I wanted other people to speak is I'm online on the city website, and maybe staff can help me. I'm searching on there for what normally gets posted under the staff memo regarding the application. And that's normally there, like by the time of public hearing. Some of us rely on that for staff's evaluation of the application itself and the pros and cons and what their sentiment is. And I've looked a couple of times, I may be missing it, but if it's available, if somebody could just shoot me that email quick, maybe while other people speak, it would be helpful. Or if there's no, I'm not sure if there's anyone else that wants to speak, so maybe I can go through a few things and then questions that I do have, and then if staff is, if maybe Mr. Kleppen can just tell me if the memo exists. If it doesn't, then I'll just continue with the questions, and if it does, I would have liked to have read it.
I'm not positive. I have to check if it's, I'm not sure if it's posted or not posted. We don't post the conditions of draft conditions of approval though, regardless.
Yeah, yeah. Well, actually, that's something for a later date, that it's helpful for the public to see the draft resolution and the conditions. But the narrative that goes with your memo, I find helpful when I'm evaluating an application. So, so can you tell me, is there a staff memo then, but it's just not posted for the public?
Correct.
The narrative? Okay.
I'm assuming it's not posted. I haven't looked, but I'm assuming it's not.
Okay, yeah, but just, it's a pretty long list on this one, but I just went through it 3 or 4 times and I don't see it, but I'm in the age group that qualifies for this housing and then some, so maybe I missed it. Okay, then I just have a few questions, and again, if somebody's already asked them, I'm not really clear on how this scenario for this level of development there is really any different than luxury market rate rentals. And I wasn't able to pull up the existing zoning requirements for the definition and requirements for elderly housing in Norwalk. But I noticed under Article 9 in what's the draft regulations now, probably soon to be the real ones, that it speaks to this type of housing having to meet the state and federal requirements for elderly housing. And I wondered if somebody, maybe Attorney Blank or somebody can tell me what exactly that means in layman's terms. And does conformity have anything to do with, beyond the age, does it have to do with need, meaning necessity for housing, and also income and economic thresholds for who qualifies for the housing? And then if there's, if that means that residents then would be eligible for some sort of state assistance or federal assistance. And finally, if the developer then is eligible for grants or tax abatements or anything to do with whatever they're referring to with state and federal requirements. I'm sorry, bear with me a second. And then, so if you didn't get all that, I'm happy to repeat it, but I think you got the whole drift of that. And then to Mr. Del Rio's point with the traffic, I think I understand the logic behind that, but I would suggest that it almost sounds like when the applicant is, I'll come back to traffic in a second, I'm sorry. When the applicant was talking about, someone asked a question about what these actual services are that are offered to the residents that actually qualify it to be considered as elderly housing. It said that the services would be offered. So I don't know then if that means the developer is in contracting for all those things, but it also, that you make reference to it, I think in the traffic study and elsewhere, that because of all these services, it's starting to sound like your assessment is that many of these people may not be working, or they may even be homebound, especially when you look at the traffic report that Mr. Del Rio just went over. And so if it's 60 or older, I would say even my contemporaries and myself, I'm well over that age, and I work full time, and most of my contemporaries do. And I see some people on this screen that are probably over 60 and working full time, at least part time, if not full time. And even if they're not working, it doesn't mean that they're confined to their homes. So I'm not sure how we're looking at peak hours for 14 units with perhaps double occupancy, and then coming to a conclusion that peak in and out would be 4 trips. And then the other question would be for staff, and I just wondered if Mr. Kleppen or Ms. Williams could, is there any way for you to just briefly describe what the existing local regulation is for elderly housing versus what is now written into the proposed draft? What would be changing there? What would be the advantage today of having put in an application as elderly housing versus just regular market rate apartments? And I didn't hear my email ding, so I'll assume that there's not a staff memo available to the public. Thank you. I think that's it.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Yes, we have another hand raised. Jim, I'll allow you to talk, and please just state your full name for the record.
Yes, Jim Anderson. Is this just on questions of, I'm seeing a number of Jim Jensen and Alan Blank. Is this just on the project of 127 Richards Avenue? Or is
Yes,
this
it
on the? It is. All right, then I have nothing to say about it because I came late to the party. So
Thank you.
no reason.
Amelia, Steve, is there anyone else?
No other
Neither.
hands are raised.
All right, let's just give it a few seconds, and then we'll turn it back to Attorney Blank.
Mr. Chairman, we did, the memo's posted, it wasn't posted before we posted it, so it's there.
Okay, Attorney Blank, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. So we try to answer Ms. Cece's questions. Your current regulations have sort of two definitions of elderly housing. Elderly housing can either be a dwelling unit that's designed and occupied by an elderly person or person and which conforms to the requirements of state or federal programs providing for housing for the elderly. So that's one form of elderly housing. I have no idea what those state requirements or federal programs might be. I've never been involved in such a elderly housing application. And this one does not fall under that criteria. The second part of the reg says, or in the B resident zone, which is where this is located, and it's in the B resident zone only, a dwelling unit that's specifically designed for and occupied by an elderly person or persons age 60 plus, which is part of a development offering housekeeping, professional caregiving, meals, and other supportive services, as well as exterior maintenance of the dwelling and landscaping. And that's what this application is sort of submitted under, that subsection B of the definition of elderly housing. There's no federal or state aid or programming available to the developer, nor that I'm aware of available to residents for living there. It's just market rate housing with a requirement that one resident be 60 plus and a requirement that the property owner offer housekeeping, professional caregiving, meals, and other supportive services, as well as exterior maintenance of the dwelling and landscaping. Now, that may be done through a management company rather than the sort of owner of the property. It may be done through the owner contracting out with various third parties to provide it for the residents. But it has to be offered. I mean, so it will be. I think that answered the bulk or all of her questions. If I've missed something, one of you guys can chirp in.
Traffic question.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the traffic question. Yeah, there's 12,000 cars a day. I mean, there's 12,000 cars a day on Richards Avenue. Whether the right number is 4 at the peak hour or 6 at the peak hour or 2 at the peak hour is not going to make a lick of difference. You add one more class at NCC and it's going to be a much greater impact on traffic than this development. And by the way, it's compared to what you can do as of right. And you'd have a subdivision here that maybe it's not 12 units, maybe it's 7 units, but then it's not elderly housing, it's with families and they're not without the age restriction. And you're going to be back at the same number, if not more vehicles, just through a subdivision. Greg, did I get that right, wrong?
And no, that's accurate. We actually did it, and only 4 or 5 detached single-family houses would generate the same amount of traffic as this development. And we're using the ITE trip generation rates, which is standard methodology and was used for, the adjacent properties as well. It's consistent with traffic engineering studies, traffic impact studies.
Hey, are there commission members have other questions?
The workforce housing question that staff raised in the memo, Adam, has that been settled?
Yes, and the reg on the workforce housing reg says all zoning permits for the construction of multifamily or mixed-use developments containing 10 or more dwelling units shall designate, and then it talks about workforce housing. And then I just read for you the definition of elderly housing unit, and then it's defined further as it has to be in the B resident zone, elderly housing. Its structure shall be single family dwellings or duplex unit. Multifamily is a different defined term under your regs, which is a building containing 3 or more dwelling units. And so this is not a multifamily project, nor is it a mixed-use development. It's elderly.
Tricky, okay.
And I will say, your law department has opined in writing on that issue. I can probably pull it up if need be, but confirming that's what the reg says, and that it may be something that you want to look at changing in the zoning rewrite. Although I would suggest that you change it, but change it more in the manner of the proposition of development fee rather than workforce units. I'm not sure that, if you're building $1 million units, that you're going to then lease as if they were $250,000 units, that loss of $750,000 is best allocated in that fashion to create one unit, as opposed to saying, we're going to take some fee of your development costs and have you pay it into a fund, where maybe you get 2 or 3 units out of it or something better. But in any event, it's something to be considered in the rewrite.
Another unit, yeah.
Ms. Cece has her hand raised. I think I am going to permit her to raise whatever questions she has, but only related to the staff memo. So Steve, if or Amelia, if you can call her up and let her speak, we'll permit her to speak regarding the staff memo only.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me again?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve, for posting that. So I did do a quick review while you folks were answering the other questions. Thank you, Attorney Blank. So
Diane,
having
can I
read that,
interrupt you 1 second? Steve, how can I see that memo?
That was the one that was sent out to the commission, same memo you have.
Right.
Okay.
so
Sorry.
having read that, I would just say I have 3 comments now. One would be, my suggestion would be to, I understand why Attorney Blank wants you to waive the post-occupancy traffic review. I get the comparison of what could be there as of right, and what you have in there regarding the traffic of Richards Avenue now. But I would say, given the concerns that I've raised, I don't think it would be a financial burden for the applicant based on this development to comply with a post-occupancy traffic review. So I don't think that should be waived. I also saw in the memo, I'm not sure if this is a staff suggestion or not, or if Mr. Blank addressed this, but given that this is 60 and older and all the other stuff that you spoke about, I'm not sure why there's a number of these units that are 3-bedroom units. But I believe the staff memo, now I don't have it in front of me, but I believe staff recommended that the wording be that there be a maximum of 3 bedrooms in any unit, and then a maximum of the number of 3-bedroom units. And I think that makes sense, although I can't understand why there's any 3-bedroom units. And then my final comment is, because I didn't really see any of this in the staff memo, is I just, for the sake of the commissioners, for you folks, I would say that when regular residents like myself are talking about a need in Norwalk for housing for the elderly and people that are getting priced out tax-wise and property-wise, that we need to consider all different types of housing for the elderly. I would suggest that this doesn't really fit the mode of what, I don't want to speak for the community, but I would say, in my mind, this is not what I have in mind when I ask you to consider means of additional elderly housing for the elderly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak to that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond or no?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
You have that right.
So I think Ms. Cece said she tuned in a little bit late. I think I had addressed kind of at length the rationale behind the sizing of the units, which again, these are only proposed as 3 bedrooms. But why I didn't like the idea of regulating bedroom size. I don't want to, I'm not going to go through that again unless you want me to repeat it all. The post-traffic report, I think, again, we addressed why we didn't think it's necessary. She doesn't agree. I will leave it up to you. I don't need to fight that out further. The elderly housing, Norwalk needs elderly housing at all levels of affordability or income levels, however you'd like to describe it. And this doesn't fill all of those for sure. And I would love to see more elderly housing for more levels, but this is just filling the one niche, the one area that we've got now. You know, I think there's certainly opportunities, especially in connection with the housing authority and potentially taking some of their aging housing stock, like was done with Washington Village, and doing some partnerships where you can create a whole lot more units and have many of them be elderly units in the future. And I'm working with somebody now who would love to make that happen in a different neighborhood, and I think that will come to pass. It's just not this application.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are there any final questions before we close the public hearing? No. Okay, and we'll close the public hearing, and we'll move on to action on this item. Discussion?
Well, it seems that workforce housing is not a condition that we can apply. I would like to encourage the developer who's listening and has made a statement that this is not about making lots of money for them to make these units affordable, or as affordable as they can.
Thank you, Chapin. Anything else? If not, go ahead, Anna.
I do have concerns about how the regulation says that these developments need to offer residents all these different services. And there's no plan to do that. And I understand that they can't know exactly which services each individual person will need. That's not the point. The point is, if you're building elderly housing, which is defined as a place that offers these services, you should have a plan to offer those services. And while I understand that like construction might be 18 months out or whatever it is, if you're modeling it on what this place did next door, are they offering people services? Have you talked to them about their model for that? I can just imagine people moving in and kind of being on their own to connect to services if there's not actually a plan for how that works, right? Is there somebody at the management office who has a casework background? Like, how does this work? And that is something that's similar to what Ms. Cece said, makes me feel like this isn't really elderly housing.
Anna, why don't we address that when we discuss the resolution? I think we can place in the resolution language that prior to opening these facilities, that the developer provide the plan for providing these services to the staff for review. And that would that might make you feel more comfortable about it. And I think that would address your concerns. Is there a motion in order to
I'll
get
make
it?
the motion.
Go ahead. All right. So is
Yeah,
that the
motion to
motion to approve?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? This does not commit you to the language, the existing language. Mike?
Second, Mike.
Mike Mushak is seconded. Let's put the resolution up. And we can talk about the language. Let's go all the way back to 1. Can you make that just a tad larger? Thank you. Okay, I don't think there are any problems with 1 through 3.
Steve, on 8, can we make it to some degree noting the, maximum area possible? I would just hate for, it just to be, something more, the telephone charger on top of the roof notion that we had.
Same thing that I had in mind.
Right.
Like, the goal here is actually it being as much as possible. Obviously, given the needs of obviously the feasibility study comes into play here, but it's
Yeah, you don't want one of these chargers appearing on.
Right. Well, Nick, what language, excuse me, what language would you suggest that might do both what the applicant is asking for as well?
Yeah, I think the usual language that we have for other applications sort of applies here, of like the maximum based on the feasibility report or some version of that should be sufficient.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Did you
let's
want
keep
The, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I figured she had a little more to go.
okay.
Yeah, we can massage that a little bit more too, but I think that's close.
Okay.
Did you want to, may I just make a quick suggestion about moving that light fixture that was identified, I guess it's the easternmost light fixture, shifting it to the other side of the driveway?
You're getting ahead of it, Steve. That's at the bottom.
Before we forget.
Thank you.
I think Amelia got it.
Thank you. Okay. Anna, do you want to propose language regarding the services that are to be provided? At a plan?
I'm not
perhaps
great at I'm not great at drafting verbally.
All right, but let me give it a shot.
Thank you.
The developer provide to staff the plan they intend to use to offer the required services to the residents or for the residents. And Steve, I'll leave it to you and the staff to determine at what point you want to see that plan.
It should be prior to the CO.
Okay.
And can that be a little more specific today to say something like how available services will be communicated to residents, or what the process is for residents to request services, or I don't know.
And I would like the word senior to be inserted in there, because this is a senior complex, so the services are kind of tailored towards that demographics.
Steve, just a question about senior. The way it is sometimes defined, it doesn't appear that we define it that way, but sometimes a disabled person, if you will qualify for senior services because of the nature of their disability. Is that the case here?
I mean, I suppose it could be. I don't think that was written into the language that way. I think maybe the language could get modified, something like that. The developer will provide staff a plan for the, and I would just take the language right out of the definition and put it in there as opposed to trying to tweak it a little bit.
Okay, I think that's fine, but that may also be an issue that we want to address as part of the rewrite. I know, for example, that the Housing Authority has units for people who are disabled within their senior housing, even though those folks may not be seniors.
Yeah. I think the only thing, just something else to kind of keep in mind is, and it's a different point, but a fair point that was brought up by a couple of different people, is these are not supportive units in financially supportive units. These are going to be pretty expensive units, or high end, and the rent's going to be pretty substantial. So keep that in mind. I think the language in the definition that Attorney Blank had read before, so I think you maybe take part of this, which is part of a development offering housekeeping, professional caregiving, meals, and other supportive services. And then it talks about, the traditional as well as maintenance and landscaping kind of thing. So I think taking that language and putting in there, indicating that the applicant shall provide a plan to staff on how these services are going to be presented and what exact services are going to be offered.
Okay.
And Steve, if am I correct in assuming that they're just offering these, that if a resident, these are expensive units. If a resident says, no, I want to have my meals provided by a restaurant, and I know who cooks meals I like, and they'll deliver them every day, and that's what I want. These are not supportive services.
Yeah, these units, I'm the way I always
Just
thought this
totally
was
fine
functioning.
them,
Yeah, I think that the idea is they're offering these as an additional package if you
choose. Yeah.
if you choose. You could cook your own meals, you could clean your own house, however you wanted to do it.
Right, right. It's
That's
very
the-
different than a housing authority kind of situation.
But it didn't seem like they were offering these as an additional packet. It seemed like they were thinking that down the line, if somebody asked for something, somebody might Google it, give them a phone number. Like, it didn't feel thought out. And that's what concerns me.
I think technically the definition requires them to at least offer it. So I think that's probably a good condition to include, that way we know they're compliant with the definition. Down the road, I honestly don't think that's something we can track to, every time they have a new tenant in, did you offer them the package? I don't think it's realistic to think we can follow up on those kind of things, but as long as we know the program is available, I think that's meets the intent.
Okay. Any other changes?
May I make one comment?
No, I'm sorry. We're not supposed to have any further communication with you.
Okay,
Lou, do we need 16 still?
Let's go back up to that.
That's the inner follow-up traffic report.
I don't like the precedent it sets on the one hand. On the other hand, it really is a very small project. Steve, what do you suggest there?
I'm in the same boat with you. I don't think it hurts to get it done. But I agree with the bigger point that those 12 units aren't going to make a dent in the volume going on the road. So I don't have a good answer for you.
Historically, what's the threshold where we would put this in? Mr. Blank said that this was copied from the Fulton project, which was 40 units. Is there like an idea of like, if it's above 15 units, we put this thing in, or?
There really isn't a threshold. On a very, very small, tight street, this could potentially have some impact. Here, it doesn't.
We make this.
On the other hand, go ahead, Chapin. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Carry on.
I was simply going to say that to bring the traffic engineer back for this is really quite a small project. And is, I'm not sure it represents a significant hardship in any way.
Could we make this to the discretion of staff at that time, like prior to issuing the certificate of zoning compliance? So that way we protect precedent, but give staff the ability to waive this if they agree with us 6 months prior to the CO. Does that make sense?
My preference is you'd say yes or no now. I mean, because I can tell you 6 months from now, they're gonna come in, or after it's done, they're gonna want their CO and,
Right.
you know,
Okay.
the only other, if I might, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
do you want to be anything specific related to TMP's conditions about the
Yes, I was
sidewalk and the crosswalk?
I was leaving that to the last. Given that they don't object to that and that we're not exactly loading this with additional significant financial conditions, that we include the TMP requests.
Okay. Looks like Amelia's frozen. There we go.
Steve, do you happen to have the date of that memo from TMP?
No, sorry. Unless it's up posted, I don't. We can fill the date. in.
7/5,
Thank you.
July 5th.
Okay, is there anything further from any of the other commission members?
Did we want to remove what is now, well, was 16 now 17 because we added 13?
Yes. Yes, we should. It's redundant. Okay. All right, let's call the question then. We have a motion, we have a second. Let's do a roll call. This is a roll call in favor of approving the resolution as it currently stands.
Amelia, could you stop the share just so I can see everybody's smiling faces? Thanks. Ms. Jordan Byron,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
Miss Wells,
Yes.
Ms. Tabachnik,
No.
Mr. Bryce,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena.
Yes.
Did I miss Miss Wells? Miss Wells?
No, I said yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Schulman.
Yes.
I think I got everybody.
Okay, we had one negative vote, so it passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a second.
Did you ask Nick?
Mr. Potches was
Right.
not seated for this.
I wasn't seated for this one.
No, yeah, sorry.
No.
We lost Mr. There he is. Mr. Bryce, there you are.
Right. But
Yeah,
did Nick vote?
We had Mr. Bryce and
You did, okay.
Mr. Batchnick.
Yep, we got Mr.
Mr.
Batchnik.
Potches is seated for the next public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's move on then to that second public hearing, 2023-38 SP Shangri-La, Connecticut, Inc., 7175 Connecticut Avenue, District 2, Block 8, Lot 21, proposed two-story, 5,500 square foot cannabis retail store with drive-through pickup. Attorney Suchi, I believe you're representing the developer?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. For the record, my name is Liz Suchi. I'm a partner at Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy, 1055 Washington Boulevard, and I represent the applicant Shangri-La CT Incorporated. This application is a special permit for the city's third and final cannabis retail facility. And some of you may recall from our presentation in May, this is the same corporate citizen that applied for a cannabis retail facility within an existing structure at 430 Main Ave. And the approval by this commission was granted for that facility in May. Others in attendance at tonight's meeting, and you may hear from all of them, are Neville Patel. He's a principal and owner of Shangri-La. Chris Bruneau is general counsel. Adam Serini, professional engineer with Rocco V. D'Andrea, and they did site planning. Sam Gardner, an architect with Greg Weiss and Gardner. And Sam did the floor plans, elevations, and landscape plan, the lighting. And Carl Giordano of SLC Consulting, our traffic engineer. I asked, as you're considering this, that these individuals be qualified as experts based upon their educational background and experience. The application was submitted to the city on June 21st. Notice to neighbors of the submission of the application was conducted on June 27th by certificate of mailing, and that certificate of mailing was returned to the staff and should be in the file. The notice of tonight's public hearing was sent to all abutting property owners and those directly across the street on July 7th by certified mail return receipt requested, along with regular mail, and a packet of the green domestic return receipt cards and any letters that were returned to us was delivered today to staff. As Commission Chairman indicated, the property in question is 71-75 Connecticut Avenue. It's on the south side of Connecticut Avenue, directly across from Lowe's and just to the north of Fairfield Avenue. And on the south of Fairfield Avenue is the Volk Central Fire Station, just to give you an idea of where the property is. Directly to the east is land of state of Connecticut and I-95. The lot size is 1.24 acres. It had been 2 lots several years ago, but the lots were consolidated. It is currently improved with an existing multifamily structure on the eastern portion of the property. There is at-grade parking and then 3 levels of residential apartments above that. The western portion of the property is vacant. It has generally nothing but, I think, some more construction equipment and materials, remnants of the development of that residential property. The access to and from the lot is via a dual access, full access driveway, generally in the middle of the lot. And the reason that that access is situated there is a non-access line that runs along the property line on Fairfield Avenue, heading northbound to the intersection with Connecticut. And then that non-access line runs about 600 feet along the property line on Connecticut Avenue to where the dual access driveway is located. The proposal, as Mr. Chairman indicated, is the construction, use, and occupancy of a new 2-story structure, about 5,500 square feet, 26 parking spaces on grade, and various site improvements, including stormwater drainage, lighting, landscaping, and parking spaces. They're proposed to be more than 30 trees planted on the site, where right now there is no vegetation, in excess of 50 bushes. And this cannabis retail facility would be operated in 2 ways. The first floor would be the retail facility and the vault, the area where patrons would come in, register, be met by a bud tender, and then go into the retail section to view the product and make their choice and make their purchase. And the vault is the other remaining portion of that first floor space. On the second floor, there would be offices, administrative space, and storage to operate the first floor cannabis retail facility. I think Shangri-La's protocol, as you heard in May, does bear explanation and repeating, since this is such a regulated industry. So customers come into the waiting area, they register with reception, their identification is checked to make sure who they are, and also that they are of legal age, 21. Those records are then kept on site. After check-in, the customer enters the sales floor where they are met with staff who helps fill the order. The customers then wait outside or in the waiting area. They are not allowed to enter the sales area unless they are accompanied by a bud tender. And this is the standard protocol that Shangri-La has not only at this site, but will implement at 430 Main Avenue as well. The product is sold in child-proof containers. There is no on-site consumption, and they just cannot enter this retailer as one would a drugstore or any other regulated industry. What's also interesting about this proposal is there is a drive-through proposed. So the drive-through protocol is very similar. First of all, anyone who proposes to use the drive-through must first physically visit the site, must come into the lobby, must register physically, and must make a purchase physically in the site with one of the bud tenders. Thereafter, all of their information has been stored in the database. And if they choose to use the drive-through, they would make an order online. They would be notified by Shangri-La that the order has been processed. And at that point, they come to the facility, drive to the drive-through, and come around the back to the window, which is bulletproof glass and a window very much like when you arrive at a bank building with a draw that comes out. They would present their identification, present their payment, either cash or debit card, and their order would be filled by the person on the inside. The order would then be placed in that draw with any change or receipt, and then the draw would be pushed out to the respective customer. There are no purchases made at the drive-through. There are no purchases made at a reader board like you would see at a Chick-fil-A or McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks. Those orders are pre-done online prior to the person arriving at the site to pick up the order. Much like the 430 Main Avenue application and proposal, hours of operation are generally 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 9 to 5 on Sundays. Generally, 3 to 4 staff members would be present. And as you know, through your experience and through the Common Council's efforts to bring cannabis as a use permitted under the city ordinance and under your zoning regulations, there can only be 3 retailers. This would be the third. They can only be on specific types of streets, such as Main Avenue, Connecticut Avenue, and Westport Avenue. This is clearly on one of the roadways that are appropriate. It cannot be within 1 mile of another retailer for cannabis, and there's not another cannabis retailer within a mile of this location. The others are at 191 Main, and again, 430 Main. It cannot be within 500 feet of certain types of uses, such as hospitals and clinics, and it is not. And it cannot be within 1,000 feet of a school or a daycare center or a college. And the documents we provided clearly indicate that those radius and those exclusionary uses do not fall within that 500 or 1,000 foot radius. All of the applications and supporting documentation have been delivered to Code Enforcement Administration Committee members, and those are Public Works, DPW, Fire, Health, SNU, Police Department, and TMP. Sign-offs that should be in the file are SNU, Health, Police, and Fire. We have received comments and are working on those comments from DPW and WPCA. And just yesterday, we received comments in the afternoon, late in the afternoon, from TMP. So those are being reviewed by my client and its consultants. Lastly, there was a comment and observation by staff, and we thank staff for this. There is a 70-foot setback from the center line of Connecticut Avenue. The plans must be revised to adjust and be adjusted to meet that 70-foot setback. And if you deem it appropriate to grant this special permit application, when we apply for the zoning permit, that 70-foot setback will have been met on revised plans, along with revisions to the plans occasioned by the comments from DPW and WPCA, and those comments from a TMP that we are able to incorporate into those plans to be submitted to zoning for the issuance of the zoning permit. Long-winded presentation, but I wanted to get a lot of this out in front of everyone. Hopefully it will answer some questions that you may have, and you don't need to spend too much time on further questions. But at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Adam Serini. He can walk you through the site plan and walk you through the drainage improvements, and then we'll hear from Sam Gardner and Carl Giordano, and finally Neville Patel, the owner.
Yeah, Attorney Suchy, just before we do that, I said this during the first hearing. I need to say it for this hearing. The seated alternates for this hearing are Hector Pachas and Anna Tabachnik. I made the decision on who was going to be seated based on whose faces I saw first as people signed in. Anna was first. Chapin was second, Hector was third. So for the first meeting, it was Anna and Chapin. Now it's Anna and Hector. I apologize for the interruption. Chapin, of course, you're more than welcome to fully participate in everything with the exception of the vote.
Thank you. I'll turn my camera on sooner next time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No apology necessary. It's perfectly fine with us. So at this point, Adam, if you wouldn't mind, if you could screen share the site plan and walk the commission and staff through the site plan, and we'll move through. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Adam Serini. I'm a civil engineer with DeAndrea. You just heard from my coworker, Matt Kiviarv, on the previous project. I have experience with this property, with the residential development that took place recently. I also have experience with the adjacent property to the south of the previous application that you just heard. Let me share my screen. All right, so as it stands now, this property, as you can see on the screen, oops. Here's the drive, here's the entrance, the driveway entrance from the street from Connecticut Avenue. If you look to your left, here's the existing, recently constructed apartment building. Looking to your right, there's a parking lot, which will be redeveloped. Let me show you the site plan now. And where the building is going, there's not much on the left side of the property right now. Here you have the proposed development. As you can see, the previous parking lot is going to be replaced with a new driveway and parking with handicap stalls. Over here behind it is the proposed building. As said before, there is a drive-through. It'll come in on the right side. There is some parking spaces back here, which are supposed to be for employees. You can come around to the pickup window, which is about here, if you could see my mouse, and then you exit. Let's take a look at the site plan proper. So let's go through some specifics here. So parking, I've explained that we have more than, I believe, the required amount based on the zoning calculations. Most of the parking is up front here with some proposed islands, which are not exactly specified how you're supposed to do that in the regs, but we've put some in. And then you have 2 handicap stalls, which is what is required for ADA. And you have a nice level walkway, a raised crossing to this area, which is all pavement, and you enter the building here. As far as drainage goes, happens to most of it be already installed since it was proposed for the apartment building, plus a medical office that would have been approximately where this retail store is going now. Of course, that was a larger building, so turns out the impervious area is almost the same because the driveway is larger, but the building coverage is certainly less and the building is smaller. So you have the concrete galleries here, which are very sturdy and can be driven over. There's no problem repaving this parking area. The one in the back is right over here, and that'll just be adjusted to fit the footprint of the new building. We have water services shown here that connect to Connecticut Ave. We have a sewer that connects to the sewer for the apartment building. And we have electric from underground from a pole going to a transformer to the building. Oh, and refuse, we have just across from the driveway entrance, there's an existing refuse area that's being served for the apartment building, and we have another one just next to it for the retail store. Of course, any waste that is touching cannabis or any of that stuff will be secured inside the building. I believe that covers the whole site plan, so now I can turn it over to Sam, the architect.
I have a question of staff, not of the architect. Steve, in the new regulations, do we permit drive-throughs?
Currently, yes, that was a question that was raised. Do we want to continue to allow those? You'll recall though, with the cannabis discussions, I think when the regulation allowing cannabis was put together, the idea was a lot of the consumers pre-order and have the order and pick up at the drive-through window, so that would actually move traffic through quicker with the having the drive-through. So in this case, I think it makes sense. Staff did make some recommendations on shifting the drive-through which correlates to pulling the building back and shrinking the lanes, which could also add more landscaping. So those just for down the road.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sam Gardner. I'm an architect with Greg Weiss and Gardner Architects. We're located at 151 East Street in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm going to share my screen. I'll start with the site plan because the site plan sort of gives you an overall view. It sort of fits with Adam's presentation just now. So the building is situated at the end of a parking lot, and we're essentially going to green up the site, which currently right now is devoid of any plantings. But the general idea is that people park here. They're either going to use the crosswalk to get there or find their way to a concrete sidewalk in front. But we were kind of worried about cars that potentially could jump the curb as they come around if they're not being careful. So we have a series of planters essentially in a gravel planter to protect the building as well as sort of soften the edge of the building to the site. We're looking to plant some small caliper maples along the sidewalk edge to sort of create a more of a streetscape. It was mentioned that due to the center line setback, we're going to have to adjust the driveway as well as the building a couple feet towards I-95. So, and part of that was to provide more area to put some landscaping along that sidewalk. That was a request from staff. And then the side of the site towards Fairfield Avenue will have a collection of shrubs and smaller leafing trees and flowering trees. The lighting is, there's a light pole in this location at the entrance, which is all shielded and downward pointed for dark sky. And the next lighting pole is in this area over here to help light sort of that side of the parking lot, but also provide lighting to where the entrance is. The entrance, by the way, is at this cut corner. That's the actual entrance into the store. And then there's another lighting pole at the rear for the employee parking, and also to light along the drive-through. And Adam pointed out that the drive-through window is approximately right here. And there was a request to put a stop bar, excuse me, in the driveway to indicate this is where you stop. Also, just want to point out that you may not be aware of, but along this edge of the site, there is a retaining wall that's approximately 42 inches high, concrete retaining wall. So this driveway is right up against that retaining wall. So the floor plan is very simple. It should be pointed out there are not any windows to this building. It's really meant to be quite secure, provide no entry points for anyone from the outside to be able to get in. It's really driven by the requirements of the state for cannabis facilities of these kinds. So you have two, entry doors. You come into a waiting room. That waiting room can really only hold about 6 to 8 people. The appointments are timed, so it's not like there's this onslaught of people. They interact with the front counter, and then they are let into the sales room in the back here by a bud tender. These are glass-covered cases that display the product. Staff, and there's POSs on the top of these counters where they will work with the retail customers. Staff are behind the counters. All this area is controlled by low gates, so that the customers are not allowed behind the counters. We did provide an ADA restroom, and then we tucked in there a mop room for maintenance of the store. The other side of the store is taken up mostly by the vault. Now, this vault is a concrete wall, concrete ceiling, and concrete floor, secured vault, only accessed by staff with either a key fob or some kind of security pad. This area here next to the vault is partially for servicing the vault and the product that comes in through a secure back entrance, but also it will connect to where a staff member would serve the drive-up window. There's a staircase in that back area, secure back area, that will go up to the second floor, which is essentially mostly open space. There's storage, there's an IT room. We're taking out a sort of a bite over the entry area to raise the ceiling so it's inaccessible. There's a small kitchen for staff and an eating area, and they have their own ADA restroom, and there's another janitor's closet. There will be 2 offices for staff, the manager's office and the assistant manager's office.
Mr. Gardner, is there an elevator going to the second floor?
There's not, no. A 2-story building is not required to be accessible. The roof. On the roof, we are going to introduce some skylights because there's no windows in this building to get some natural light into the staff areas. We haven't worked with an MEP engineer yet, so we took a stab at locating a rooftop unit, which will be feeding the HVAC. That will be screened fully. This is a flat roof building, 2 stories, and we've chosen a location for a 5 kW solar panel system. We've selected a screening system for the RTU unit, which essentially doesn't pierce the roofing system, but actually is supported off the RTO dunnage. So it's a great product that limits the amount of penetrations you have to the roofing system.
Sam, does that solar unit provide enough power for the whole building?
It's really it can be used to provide backup power. If there was
No, not backup power. Like you said you picked the number, or you said 5. I think you said 5 kilowatt.
That's right.
Hour. Is that enough for the annual energy usage of the building?
I can't say that it does or does not. We have not worked with a solar energy.
Okay, we'll just put that in the condition, because I would love, you know, you obviously have the space up there. I would say, why are we not maximizing that? And there's no reason that you have a flat roof that you couldn't put enough at least to cover the total usage for the building. Thank you.
Okay, one detail I do want to point out, it's hard to see. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger. Sorry. There is a cove lighting detail around the cornice of the building, which provides a kind of a downlight glow to the building. This is just the security plan, which is part of the set. Same thing for the second floor. So the building is going to be clad in colored metal panels on all four sides, and I'll show you a signage drawing which illustrates that much better. At the entrance, the same metal system can be rendered with a kind of a wood toned finish, and we're planning to sort of warm up the entrance. Signage will be integrated into the siding. So this drawing is showing you the location of the drive-up window, and there's a nighttime drop box, which is also like a secure bank type drawer, essentially. I'm going the wrong way. These are the side elevations. It's a minimal box of a building with a crown molding, but let me show you the signage package.
And while Mr. Gardner is getting that, I just want to remind the commission that in this zone, a two-story structure is the minimum requirement, two-story minimum. So we are compliant with the number of stories, at least from the minimum and also from the maximum.
Right. So this plan is just illustrating for you that there's going to be two signs proposed, one over the entry and one along I-95. And this is a good way to illustrate how we're going to be using those metal panels. So it's going to be a mosaic of different colors, and we will integrate the signage into that mosaic. The signage are raised signage. They're I'm sorry, I'm realizing they give us both types, and the client made a choice. It's the this version here, which is a backlit letter, and then there's the logo of Shangri-La. This is their branding, and we've kept it very small because it's really part of their signage campaign. Here's the other view. There's a small logo brand over the entrance, but not a specific name.
Sammy, I can't tell from the drawings that this purple pink palette, is this the palette you're going with? Or I see wall color subject should change. Is that still an open question?
This is the palette.
It's the purple pink palette?
Yeah, the signage folks, you know, they put that in there as a provision. This is the palette that's being proposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Gardner, I don't want to sound cruel. This is only my opinion. I don't know how other commissioners feel. But I find this building ugly, really ugly, unnecessarily so. It makes absolutely no attempt to relate to, even though it's separate from, but it makes no attempt to relate to the building off to the left. I have, I do not have a good reaction to the design of this building. Again, I don't know how other commission members feel.
Okay. Well, I suppose we can respond to this afterwards. But generally, the context that is around this building is a very contemporary multifamily house to the immediately adjacent to it. There's no other building within this block until you get to the next block where there's the firehouse. And across the street, you have a enormous parking lot where a Lowe's shopping center is set back, which is, I have to say, there's really no context to it. On the other, and then the other thing is Norwalk doesn't have an architectural review board, and there are no specific requirements. I think that the attempt here is to create a building. First of all, it's a box. The requirement is, with the state, is to have as few windows as possible for security purposes. So we chose a large mosaic system, metal panels, to activate the building, make it a little more of an interesting building, and by necessity it's going to be a focal point. It's advertising what it is. It's a cannabis facility. It's a retail location, just like Lowe's across the street has a specific architectural brand that they want to portray to the world. This is what the attempt is here. So
I'd like to add something here, Mike Mushak. I like this building, and the Guggenheim Museum in New York does not relate to anything around it. And it's considered an iconic example of modern architecture that everybody loves. And a lot of people hated it when it was built. So I'm not comparing this to the Guggenheim, I guess, but I'm just saying, with trees around it, throwing shadow and seasonal change, I agree that this location, which was just an empty site, I actually like the residential building next door, and a lot of people were appalled by it when it first went up. And now that it's in and it's activated with people living there, and the terraces are there's lights coming out of the building. It looks great. I like it. It's very modern and forward looking. I have no problem with this. So I'm just throwing this out there because the style and architecture are very subjective, but I always think of the Guggenheim and other iconic modern buildings as things that were rejected at first. And then this is in my neighborhood. I'm going to have to look at this all the time, and I'd be pleased to see this pink and purple building at the end of my street. I'm just throwing that out there. So there it is. Just to throw out another opinion.
I appreciate that. And thank you for referring to iconic architecture. It might be helpful to, let me see if I can do this. The problem is it went in horizontal. I don't know if this helps you, but this was the inspiration. This is the product we're using. So you can use different colors of panels to, take a building that doesn't have a lot of other elements, activating it to give it some interest and life and present.
Quick question: will the panels have any thermal properties? Because I think I'm familiar with the building that it was used for inspiration. I think it's in Texas, and the panels use some thermal protection. to cool the building. Will that have something similar to it?
The answer is no, not specifically. It is just a cladding system, but the
Okay.
building will be insulated to meet the requirements of the Connecticut building code and the energy code, which is, quite substantial these days. So this building will perform as an up-to-date building, but it really won't. I'm not sure what you're referring to in terms of the thermal qualities, but
Yeah, it's some new technology that has been, I
yeah,
believe it's Texas or Arizona, where the panel absorbs light and it transforms it so as to cool down the building. It's something new that is being thrown out in the West.
yeah. Well, interesting to hear, but this is just a straightforward cladding system.
Okay, still works. Thank you.
Okay. So that's my complete presentation. I can stop sharing.
Well, you still have this up. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'll bring it. Sorry.
Sorry, I meant to catch you a minute or a second earlier there. On the note of the parking lot, are any bicycle parking spaces going to be made available?
Adam, do you have an answer for that on the site plan?
Well, all I can say is we're not showing any right now, and you don't have bicycle provisions in Connecticut Ave, which is it's not you, it's the DOT road, but we can look into that, I suppose. We'll discuss.
Okay. And then
there's potential locations for that.
Great. And then I think it's indicated with the number 2 here, the grassy area. Is that meant to be like a publicly accessible and activated space?
There was no intention. It's not fenced. It's just the area that's, there's a large easement area in here relative to Fairfield Avenue. We were just planning to green it up and make it look better. And it should be pointed out, there is a sign, a pole sign at this end of the property. I did forget.
Okay. If it's not being planned to be used for like public access or like a spot to sit or walk through, that instead of grass, could you consider using or planting like a pollinator garden or something that may be more beneficial to the area?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great.
And I did, now that you brought my attention to that spot of the site, there is a proposed post sign at that end. Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Gardner or Mr. Serini at this point? Okay, well then, if not, then Carl, I'll turn it over to you to share with the commission your findings on traffic.
Sure thing. I'm just going to bring up Google Earth to show you the area. My name is Carl Giordano, professional engineer, licensed in Connecticut with SLR Consulting. We're located at 195 Church Street in New Haven. We were tasked with the traffic impact study for this site. As part of our study, we looked along the stretch of Connecticut Ave in front of the site, as well as the signals at Stewart Ave and Fairfield Ave and / Clinton Ave. Ultimately, what we found is even considering the traffic already generated by the 33 residential units in the adjacent building, that this proposed site will not have any notable traffic impact to the area. And everything will be accommodated with the existing infrastructure. As you can see, the cross section of Connecticut Ave here is 2 lanes in each direction, almost enough room in the middle to have another lane, but it acts as a 4-lane roadway. and I should note that the site was previously approved for almost 15,000 square feet of medical office. In our study, we did a comparison of the traffic generation compared to that. And we will say that even though our study was pretty conservative, because we considered the entire square footage of the building, which included a lot of inactive space, you know, the vault, the employee area, not active customer area. We think these results are conservative, but with those numbers, the cannabis retailer would produce slightly more traffic, maybe 25, 30 trips more, if I'm remembering correctly. Nonetheless, all that said, level of service, which is the measure that we use to quantify delay, inconvenience to drivers at a location, level of service will be acceptable. Specifically, we're looking at level of service C and D during the weekday afternoon peak hour and the Saturday midday peak hour, which are considered acceptable for peak hour conditions. At the site driveway, which will be shared with the existing apartment building, it'll remain full access. And together with both sites in operation, we're looking at probably only 1 to 2 cars stacked up there waiting to turn onto Connecticut Avenue. And turning left from Connecticut Avenue into the driveway, we're looking at less than that, maybe a car waiting to turn. Let's see, the drive-through operations were discussed already by Attorney Steffi, but to reiterate, it's not a conventional drive-through that you might think of. It'll be efficiently fast-moving because you must have already registered physically in the store with all of your information, and you must have already placed an online order. And there's no ordering through at the drive up, just to make that pickup operation easier. And I think currently as it stands, the drive-through has capacity for 12 to 14 cars. There should be no issues there. Let's see. Wanted to discuss opening week for any type of retail use. When something opens, you may expect a bit more traffic. And I know that's the conception with these types of cannabis uses, but seeing the trends and being years into these types of facilities being available, they're no more traffic heavy than any other new retail location for any type of retail use opening up. So in discussing with Shangri-La, they said they could, if needed, hire a police officer to help maintain traffic flow if that is needed. But again, we're not anticipating that would be an issue. We looked at crash history in the area. We see a lot of crashes at any type of signalized intersection, and there's nothing notable occurring really there within the last 5 years, and nothing notable happening mid-block with that Lowe's driveway that pointed out a concerning problem. We looked at the sight lines from the site driveway. Those are existing. They will continue to be good. You can see past each intersection. So we'll have plenty of intersection sight distance available. And as previously mentioned, we received comments from the TMP department yesterday afternoon. So we'll be working on those to make sure those comments are satisfied as they are. So I think that's my presentation. If anyone has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Carl. Before we wrap up, if you would allow us to have Mr. Patel just address you for a couple of minutes as the owner and the proprietor of this facility, that would be great. And then I think we've concluded our presentation. Look forward to comments from the public. Mr. Patel?
Thank you, Ms. Suchi. Hi, my name is Neville Patel. I believe my name may be showing up as Chris Bruno, because that's who sent me an invite. I have presented myself and my company in front of this panel, I believe a few months back. I think it was May meeting, but when we did that, during that time, we went over all the operations on how exactly things happen at dispensary, what we do differently than some of the other dispensary in the area, how we connect with our neighbors. We take those things under consideration. As towards the end of that meeting, we had a neighbor next to us, believe located at 431 Main, and on June 9th, or let me get the exact date. I can't recall exactly when the date was, but sometime in June they held a meeting for all their residents, and we were part of that meeting. We resolved any and all questions that they had. We agreed to make a couple changes to our operation to accommodate our neighbors. Beyond that, I don't really have any updates. I am happy to answer any specific question in regards to this site, or if somebody wants me to go in and provide detail on any of the operations, I'm happy to do that as well.
Quickly, just what was the changes from the previous site that you agreed to?
They wanted me to they wanted us to have a sign inside our dispensary if it becomes necessity, to say that no parking is allowed on their property. This would be in case if this becomes necessity. We don't need to put the sign initially. And second was, and I don't have it in front of me, so my apology if I'm missing something, but second was to make sure that all of our employees are aware that we are not to utilize their property for anything at all. That was just a general comment, because any employee from the whole building could be utilizing that, but they just wanted to make sure that we are aware of those two. And there was a minor third topic, if
Neville?
there was,
Yeah, I
I
can
can't
address it.
recall, but it was
No, yeah, they were concerned about people potentially loitering after purchasing product and staying in the parking lot.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
So
about
we provided 2 different phone numbers to them in case they have a question, they can directly connect with us.
Awesome. And in that same vein, I'm less worried about the parking lot here, but that green area to the left of the building, the little, spot now that's sort of like almost a park to walk in there and you walk out. I
Yeah.
assume you're going to have the same security operations, cameras facing that way, patrolling it like you would the parking lot, and it's treated the same way.
100% correct.
Cool. Thank you.
If you may recall, what Mr. Patel was talking about was there was a condition of approval for 430 Main to work with the neighbors who were condominium owners to the north. And that meeting was held on June 13th. And it ended up being a very productive meeting for both sides, we think. And I think that's testimony to Mr. Patel and Mr. Bruno, how they interact as corporate citizens. And I have no doubt that they will do the same with this site and with their neighbors, should any issues arise.
I was going to make the point with the small park space to not plant grass there, because then it would not encourage folks to go and hang out, and that could help with some of your security concerns, and with the pollinator garden help local insects too.
Yeah, I mean, it's our state license is always on at risk if we allow any sort of consumption on the property. So believe me, we're 5 times more concerned about such things like that than anybody else is.
So that concludes our presentation to you. Look forward to comments from the public, and we'll just reserve some time at the end if there's a need for rebuttal and a quick summation.
Okay, any final questions from commission members? All right, if not, Steve, would you explain to the public how they can access the meeting?
Certainly, then there are nobody with a phone number, so if you are or if you would like to speak, just use the raise your hand function, which is on the bottom of your screen, and then we will allow you to speak. Yeah, you want to let her go? Miss Cece is her hand raised.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Diane Cece again, still Olmsted Place in Norwalk. I have 3 quick questions. I couldn't tell from the diagram with the driveway. Is there a no left turn restriction coming out of the property onto Connecticut Avenue? Or maybe I should say, is it right turn only coming out of that property? The second question is, the way the drive-through is oriented, I have 2 comments on that. When you're at like a traditional drive-through, there's always kind of an escape route, like if you got in the line by accident or something, that you could get out of that line without having to go all the way through the route. And I think maybe actually the width of that was actually changed, and I'm not sure, like once somebody gets in the drive-through lane, is there a way to get out of there? They have to go all the way through and just wait. And then the other thing is I was wondering about the placement of the pickup window, where it's located at the rear of the building that I think just faces the highway. And I thought that that might be kind of a safety and security issue. And I wondered why the drive-through wouldn't come into the property and go clockwise instead, and have that drive-through more visible for safety and security reasons, fronting Connecticut Avenue. Then I had some very funny questions, but I'll leave those for social media. Thanks, everybody.
Again, if anybody wishes to speak, the raise your hand function is on the bottom of the screen. No takers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then we'll turn it back to Attorney Suchi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just the 3 questions that Ms. Cece has suggested. The driveway that exists is a full access driveway, as I understand it. Left turn out, left turn in, right turn out, right turn in. I don't think that it's restricted at all, and that is the one driveway that services that facility, and that will remain. The sight lines, as Carl indicated, are more than adequate to the west and to the east. And that driveway is in the middle of a block that on the east side, there's a traffic light, and on the west side, there's a traffic light. There is no escape line or escape lane you would typically see for other drive-through facilities, and there's a reason for that. Most other drive-throughs, you make the decision to go to the drive-through and you order at the drive-through, and if you've decided you don't want to wait, you exit and you have an opportunity to leave. The only reason to go to the drive-through with a facility such as this is you've already placed your order, and you will arrive at the appointed time once your order has been filled and you're notified. So you're not making a decision to arrive at the drive-through and make a purchase once you get there. That purchase has already been made, and you're just picking up and making payment. And as far as the pickup window location, I think I may have to defer to Mr. Gardner on that, but it's been identified in a location that works for the client. It's close to the vault, it's away from the retail, and it is secured by virtue of all of the cameras that are required to be posted on the building to provide a continuing monitoring of the structure on all ends. So perhaps, Mr. Gardner, if I've neglected anything.
There's nothing I could add to your answer.
The one thing I just wanted to touch base on, that there was a little bit of discussion between Mr. Schulman and Mr. Mushak. Like anything else, architecture is in the eye of the beholder. And unlike other sections in town where you either have a design review by way of a village district concept, or there are design standards such as on West Avenue or South Main Street, there aren't any such design standards in the business number 1 zone. And the 13 standards of review, which are set forth in our application, not one of them has anything to do with architectural design. But I suspect that that is going to be something that will be included in your zoning rewrite. And perhaps in the future, there are design standards that look to mirror or complement structures better than perhaps what some may believe this is done. But it is a contemporary building, and we are hoping that it's an iconic building. Excuse me, as both Mr. Mushak and Mr. Gardner indicated. I have nothing further to add. I don't think it's necessary to go through all of the standards of review because we have met or exceeded all of them, the 13 that are set forth in section 118, 1450 of the regulations, as well as all of the standards of review for cannabis that you've set forth in your zoning regulations, which you approved back in January. The building meets the minimum height, number of stories. The site meets the number of parking spaces. With a revision that staff has indicated that was mirrored by comments from TMP, the building will meet the required setback. I would ask, though, that we be given some opportunity to discuss with TMP some of the comments they raised, which we only received yesterday, as some of them we may be able to incorporate into revised plans. Some of them we may not. And I would just not want to have to come back to this commission time and time again with changes to conditions that you may approve based upon conversations we have with TMP at a future date. And that's
Attorney
it.
Sacchi, I have a question regarding the drive-through. How will you inform people of how the drive-through works? That is, you know, if I'm a first-time buyer, I may just drive into the drive-through and try and order in that way. So will it be signage or some other way of alerting people to the protocol?
Would it be possible, Chris, could you?
I can answer that. I can answer that. So drive-through, there will be signage stating that pre-order must be in place before entering into drive-through. So that should be an indication 101. If a customer makes it to drive-through, so our normal procedure, depending on how busy we are, we want to accommodate customers' needs. So if we're not busy and if we are within first few months where we're not seeing much traffic, we'll try our best to accommodate our customer or patient's need. That's really what we're here for. But as we accommodate those needs, we will be informing all those patients that this will be one time only, and next time we'll give them a flyer and show them how to order online prior to entering drive-through lane next time. But in general, there will be signage informing patient not to enter in drive-through unless they have a placed order ahead of the time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, if not, Attorney Sacchi.
I have nothing further, Mr. Schulman. Members of the commission, thank you for your time this evening. And we hope that you'll be in a position to close the hearing and act tonight. And we, again, thank you for your time. And I'm confident that Mr. Patel and his colleagues will make this a facility that's well run, that the city will be very proud of, and that it will mirror that which will exist up on the north end of Norwalk and serve the community that is so desirous to have this here. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your efforts on creating this regulation, enacting it back in January. And I think this is going to be a benefit to citizens in Norwalk and the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the hearing and we're going to move on to action on this item. Are there any comments?
I had a question for staff on the landscaping question, Steve. Just, is this sort of in line with what you're envisioning, like a better use of Post Road looks like with the landscaping there? Would you want more there? Just curious your thoughts on that.
Well, one editorial one and one related to the project. We can talk about it when the conditions come up, but if you push the building back and shrink the drive-through lanes, because they're really wider, much wider than are needed, you can then continue that streetscape down. So you could plant more trees along. So it'll finish kind of, they do on the I guess the west end and the east end, they have, you know, more landscaping. So you could run the trees straight down and it'll look much nicer than having the drive-through right out to the street. But I was kind of stark when they showed the aerial picture and they talked about the Lowe's across the street and that just sea of parking. That was just kind of like the antithesis of what we want to see, but nothing related to this site, but just was thinking broader.
Totally on that.
And let me just throw this in, because I was, believe it or not, I was on the zoning commission when Lowe's was approved. Although I had to recuse myself because I talked to the Spring Hill Hospital area neighborhood and they wanted crosswalks, and I wasn't allowed to talk to them before the hearing. And I came into the hearing and said, I talked to the neighborhood and they want to have crosswalks on Stewart Avenue. And Larry Cafaro, who was their lawyer, said, well, that's whatever it's called, ex parte communication. Anyway, the parking lot is lifted up above the level. It's about 20 feet higher than Connecticut Avenue. And there's a retention basin that I actually suggested the fence that's around it and beefed up street trees across the street. But when you're on Connecticut Avenue, you actually don't see the parking lot. The store is set back, but the grade change is kind of radical. And so what you see is a retaining wall and a lot of trees and greenery. One of the disappointments I will bring up, because I'm going to bring it up in this, since I'm talking, we had required a wildflower meadow, and Lowe's put it in, and they maintained it for about 2 years, and then they just started mowing it. And now it's kind of a weedy patch. It's on the hill on the side street that goes up, forgot the name of this, well, forgot the name of that street, but it goes up across from the mobile station. And that was all wildflower meadow for 2 years. So they started mowing it, and they never got the wildflower meadow back. But this area, this park-like area on the corner of Fairfield and Connecticut Avenue can be a wildflower meadow, a pollinating wildflower meadow, to reflect Chapin's comment. And if anybody wants to see what that looks like, I have put one in 15 years ago at the corner of West Avenue or Martin Luther King and Washington Street, bottom of Flax Hill and Fairfield. And I've been maintaining that for 15 years. It's a pollinating wildflower meadow. And it's quite glorious right now with all the rains, but it really creates a wild spot for, birds feed in there all winter. And it's really a special spot that I'm proud of and I'm boasting. But this corner could have, I'm not saying I should do it. I'm just saying that you could put a wildflower meadow in and really create an entrance to the city, because people get off exit 14, they turn left, and a lot of people come into the city that way. It becomes a gateway. So that really is important. That's why I love this building, because it's just so iconic. And I definitely would support setting it back 5 feet to continue the streetscape. That's a great call by staff. So I'm going to support that condition. All right, I'll stop.
Any other comments? All right, if not, can I have a motion on the resolution? Is there a motion to approve so that we can begin the discussion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, Galen has moved to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Mike here.
Okay, Mike has seconded. The specifics. Let's take a look. Steve, have you seen the memo from TMP?
I'm not sure which, unfortunately, we closed the hearing. Which specific conditions Ms. Suchi was, Attorney Suchi was referring to.
What I'm wondering is if we can simply leave the resolution of those issues between the developer and TMP with your review rather than bringing it back to us.
I have full trust in TMP to negotiate in the city's interest, so I'd be happy with that condition.
Well, I'd like to hear what Steve has to say.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I would make one request, that what the condition we kind of just talked about in terms of shrinking the drive aisle, placing the building 5 feet further back and continuing the streetscape, that be, and if there's a sidewalk that was part of that too, that be included in the
Okay,
condition.
where in the resolution does it belong?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I didn't see TMP's comments, but there is a sidewalk that's recently
So
installed.
I think 18 takes care of that.
All right, and do you want to mention Mike's recommendation regarding either wildflowers or pollinator garden?
Yes.
Installing and maintaining.
Yeah, unfortunately, let me pull up the Word version. Sorry, I pulled up the
PDF.
PDF, which I couldn't edit.
Okay, and then Nick, you're going to need to make a recommendation regarding solar.
Yep. And are folks think we should add the sort of like Chick-fil-A car apocalypse condition that we've done with other driveways of just like in a year, reevaluate traffic flow, et cetera, et cetera? Cool. And then I saw the opening weekend already in there. And then is it worth asking TMP the question specifically about the right hand only? I know it's an interesting question. I don't know if we can ask TMP to just opine on that specifically.
You know, it is an interesting question, and they have right turn only coming out of Lowe's onto Connecticut Avenue, and people are making left-hand turns from there all the time.
Me, I do it.
Be careful, I'll report you to TMP.
All right, so just so I want to capture what you were talking about, the westernmost portion.
That's right.
You want to call it to
Shall include. Shall be modified to include a pollinating wildflower meadow. Thank you,
you
Chick.
want to say in lieu of grass?
Yes. In some portion, it doesn't need to replace all the grass. That's going to be too much. To replace a portion of the lawn. I really don't want to get into specifying the design of the site, but
Well, I heard the condition, Mike, is going to be you're going to create it and build it as a pro bono exercise. Is
oh
that
yeah. Well, I take care of the exit 14 corners, and I take care of 8 corners in that part of the city.
Oh, wow.
Already, and yeah, I'm not really ready to take on another one, but
I was joking.
yeah, well, I put wildflowers at exit 14 18 years ago when I moved into the neighborhood, and the state came along and mowed them down every time we got it going.
That's awful.
Yeah, I actually wrote a letter to the governor once. Anyway, didn't make any difference.
Does this make any sense?
I think so.
Yep.
Do you want to add that right hand, just a verification of the right hand that they want people turning both ways there?
I don't think we want to encourage it.
Right now they've said nothing. I think TMP has been silent on it. So I sort of want to have them double check that and make sure that's
TMP hasn't been silent because I think they approved two-way for the apartment building, and they're using the same entrance.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, if TMP approved it, we should rely on TMP.
Totally.
I'm not, in all honesty, I don't know if TMP was a TMP when that was approved.
Well, let's just double check then.
Okay.
No harm in that.
And to be honest, that section of Connecticut Avenue has much reduced volume than just a few blocks up around Taylor. It just seems to dissipate as you get down to Lowe's. And I've never seen traffic backed up, even at peak hours in that area. So it's not really we were worried about Lowe's actually when before that was built, about the traffic created, and it really was non-eventful.
Yeah, and I think that's also, the state probably has a pretty significant say in what
Right.
occurs and doesn't occur.
Hey, Steve, could I just suggest a little edit on your,
Please, because when I read it, doesn't make any sense, so.
where you say whether agreement has been reached, I think you should change that to say that an agreement has been reached.
Gotcha, okay. Okay,
That and, or that agreement.
You
yeah,
don't need
so-
the N, actually.
Right.
That agreement has been reached.
Yeah,
Okay, and then the one about solar.
Which I think can use the standard language, Steve, of maximum on the roof and consideration of the parking lot.
is solar referenced somewhere else, so I don't read?
I did not see it in the conditions at all.
Okay, so you want solar installed to the maximum?
Yeah, on the roof and considered over the parking lot. And
Isn't
then,
that on item 11?
is that 11? Sorry, I didn't think I saw it. Sorry. Hector's saying it's 11 already?
Ah.
Oh. Can we also add the parking lot consideration?
I was actually this weekend on IKEA, and all the new hotel, everything has the parking lot with the solar panels.
Mhm.
Nice. I guess if you want to, you can, wherever you want to put the reevaluate the drive to sort of again, the Chick-fil-A condition.
Oh,
6-month review.
66 or yeah.
do we have that in there as for traffic?
I don't think I saw it, but maybe you already, I apologize if I missed it. Oh, and then one more after that.
It should be 6, not civ.
Yes, I can't, if you haven't figured out already, I cannot type, so that is a fatal flaw. And the only traffic condition is related to the operation of the drive-through, I'm assuming.
I think so.
Yeah, I guess so.
And then do we need to add the usual condition around maintaining the building if any sort of, not falls apart, but damage occurs, that it gets fixed within a timely manner?
It's up to you.
I would add that given how, this building's gonna look, I think if it gets damaged, it'll be pretty obvious.
Set.
That'd be my proposal unless anybody objects.
No,
Okay. I don't remember the exact wording of that one, but I'll work. I don't recall what we put for a time frame for that.
why don't we just say in a timely fashion?
All right, I think I got it.
Okay. We've got a small book there.
Put a D after damage. Number 23, damaged.
Thank you.
All right, if you find any other spelling errors or usage errors, you'll correct them after the fact.
Yeah, I
All
will
right,
read through.
we have a document that's been moved and seconded. Let's do a roll call. This is a roll call to approve the project.
And I think Ms. Tabachnik was seated with Mr. Patches.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll start there. Ms. Tabachnik? Oh,
We can't hear you,
Wait.
Anna.
Yes,
Oh.
sorry.
Ms. Jordan Byron?
Yes.
Ms. Wells?
Yes,
Mr. Cantor?
Yes.
Mr. Rowena?
Can you come back to me?
Mr. Mushak?
Looking forward to a pink and purple building in my neighborhood. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Patches? Mr. Patches? Oh,
Yes,
yeah, thank you. Mr. Rowena? I have to let the chairman go last, sorry.
With the possible exception of Attorney Suchi's presentation and Mike Mushak's suggestion of the pollinator, I hate everything about this application. I can't believe I'm listening about a drive-through cannabis store. But I have no grounds to vote no. So I'll abstain.
And Mr. Schulman?
I have a strong objection to the design of the building. It doesn't have to look like a blank wall. And I have concerns about a building that in which they're going to sell cannabis that looks hallucinogenic. But those are not considerations that enter into decision on a special permit. So I don't feel I have a choice. And I'm going to vote yes.
Okay.
So it passes. With that, it's 9:02. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll move on to review and action on application. So we'll gather back together at 9:12.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of the evening. Exception of the presentation of Attorney Suchi and pollinator planting idea of the Shack
I said, I can't believe that I'm sitting here listening to a request for a drive-through pasta order. So I said, I have unfortunately no grounds to vote against it, so I'm not gonna vote. I abstain.
Wow.
Okay, it's 9:12. We're going to continue the meeting. 2023-40 R/M Peter and Lisa Lane, 3, 5, and 6 River Road, 1032 Silver Mine Road, and a property on River Road described as District 5, Block 39, Lot 12A. And that's District 5, Block 44, lots 2, 11, and 7, and District 5, Block 39, lots 29 and 12A. Is a request, and it's preliminary for a zoning map amendment to change the properties listed above from A residence to the Silver Mine Tavern District, and a zoning regulation amendment to section 118-531 Silver Mine Tavern District, B, lowercase e, and D, lowercase a. This is a preliminary review. And Mr. Lane, are you going to represent yourself?
No, actually, I have Andy with Land Tech here with us.
Okay, so Mr. Andy Similides.
Good evening. I'm just gonna pull up my screen here. I can walk you through this proposal. So good evening. For the record, Andy Similides. I'm a principal at Land Tech out of Westport. We are a surveying, site civil, environmental engineering firm. We are very familiar with this area as we were the engineers, surveyors, environmentalists on the Gray Barnes project. So I'll take you a little bit through the history of the Silver Mine Village District. In here in red is the existing Silver Mine Village District. It was comprised in 2008. And the purpose was basically to retain historic structures, primarily the tavern and inn. And the means and methods to do that, there was a text amendment created in 2008. Fast forward to 2014, that text amendment was revised to create what's there now. And what's there now is 4 single-family detached homes, a barn, a parking lot. Across the street there is the restaurant. Here is the inn. On the corner here is the mercantile. And also here, which is not in red, which is also part of the Silver Mine Village District, there's an existing residence and guest house. So all these properties comprised of the Silver Mine Village District. The intent then was, how do we save the tavern and inn that was at the time not operating, and kind of bring some revitalization to the neighborhood. And the intent here was to create some single family residential to then allow to put the money into rehabbing the restaurant, the inn, and the mercantile store. So that's what was created with that text amendment in 2014. What we're looking to do now is expand that Silver Mine Village District
to some adjacent properties. And the purpose, again, was to preserve historic structures and to create open space along the Silvermine River. So here you have River Road, and this is Perry Ave. The proposal is to now encompass 3 River Road, 5 River Road, a portion of the Silvermine Market, and some property along the river. These properties comprise of just shy of 3 acres. The original text for this zone required 3 acres or more. So you'll see as part of the text amendment, we are simply modifying, since we're just shy of that 3 acres, we're 2.94, from 3 acres to 2 acres to allow this development, to allow the Silvermine Village District to be expanded. Also part of that text amendment is simply changing 4 homes, which you see here, that were part of this development, to allow 5 new single-family homes. And it's really 4, and you'll see later on what I mean. There's an existing foundation, historic foundation here that we plan to reuse. These 2 structures will be retained as well. So these 2 existing historic structures are to remain. You get an additional 5 units, really 4, because this existing foundation. So you're looking at a total of 7 units. How did we come up with that formula? Essentially, we looked at 2 things. One is the current conservation development regs. If you were to apply that logic here and say all these properties were in a conservation development, you'd be allowed 9 units. We're asking for this to be 7. We then looked next door and did the math of what this encompassed. So basically the access way and the residential portion of this development, and what was the density in that, and that mimics what we're proposing. So that's how we came up with the 7 units. These properties, if we were to go with a conventional subdivision, you'd get 4 development properties. But you would not be able to retain these existing historic structures. They're just located in such a fashion where you would be, you'd either have to relocate them, being in the fragile condition they probably are, because they are, these are pre-1900 structures. We would probably compromise the structure. So you'd probably go in there, demolish these 2 structures, and then get your 4 lots. How did we also come upon, expanding this, or what's the other historic significance? So you have the structures that are historically significant. This property was actually at one part of the operating inn. I think the owner of the restaurant actually lived there. So there's some history there, and I know this is just a pre-app, so I'll try and speed this up, but that's some of the history of 3 River Road. Also here you have the Silvermine Market, and across the street you have the Guild, the Art Center. So we feel, and let me fast forward to just a schematic of what this could potentially look like. You have the Guild here, you have the market here, and you can connect this all the way to the tavern. So it creates some nice connectivity to the river and to the tavern and to the mercantile. So we feel like this primarily historic area creates that nice connectivity. We envision, a nice walking path along this meandering driveway that'll get you to the riverfront and to the existing commercial uses on the corner of River and Perry. Also, as part of the original Silvermine Village District, there was an open space component that provided some open space along here that opened it up to the river. We would continue that all the way up River Road. So these areas along the river would be deemed open space with a public, with an access component to open up areas River Road is a very narrow road, a highly pedestrian traveled road. So we feel if we can continue this meandering path up, and take pedestrians off the road and create some more open space, would create, still meet the current intent of the regulations. The purpose of the 2019 plan of conservation also talks about expanding village districts. And again, targeting goals of preserving historic culture, structures, creating access to open space along the river. In addition, this meets the village district's compatibility. So that's the intent here of what we're looking to do, right? Where it meets the POCD. It also is mentioned in the new regs, the rewrite regs. I think they're talking about expanding village districts. This creates cluster, smaller type housing, increased housing in an area that can support it. We lastly, just going through my notes here. We looked at what one of the comments from staff was, what other properties in the area can support this, and there really isn't any other properties unless somebody was to amass these properties similar to what we did. Mr. Lane currently owns 2 or 3, 4 of the properties, these 2 and this, and under contract with the market for this back piece. So properties as they currently stand today within a quarter mile of the Silvermine Village District would not be, would not support this based on the way the regulation is written currently and the way we plan on modifying it. So I think I mentioned a few of the comments staff had. I went through our presentation. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lane to touch upon. He met with the some key figures in the neighborhood, the Silvermine Historic District neighborhood, and he'll speak to that.
Hi, Peter Lane, 3 River Road. Thanks for having us. Yeah, as a little history, I've been here in Silvermine 25 years and raised our family here, and actually was a part of the 2008 Village District, and what ended up being some modifications to it that brought the residential into the district and became a very successful project. And as Andy stated, I had purchased my house from the Whitmans, who were stewards of the tavern for 50 years. And I think what we've done is we've been great stewards of this house. It's an early 1800s farmhouse. It's one of the iconic properties in Silvermine that has views to the bridge and from the bridge, as well as a cottage next door that we own that was a part of Gates Moore Lighting, and they were an artisanal lighting company that goes back a long time. And that would be the name of the project, actually, Gates Moore, with the idea that the history of the names and the uses and the people are kept intact. A little more history, as Andy mentioned, is one of the owners of our house was also the Guthries that owned the Silvermine Market, and they used to harvest ice in the pond out by the tavern. And so our properties and some barns between our property and the Silvermine Market were used for the ice harvest and the animals. So in this creation of an idea, what we've done and talked to the neighbors about is having the sensitivity to the history. And so within the 5 new units, 2 of them would be studio barns that resemble what was there prior, and the other cottages would resemble what happened next door in the original Village District. And so we did go ahead and we were invited to meet with the Silvermine Community Association at their board meeting on May 11th, and they overwhelmingly voted in favor, and they thought it was great, and they appreciated the sensitivity to the neighborhood and what really is a lack of density, and also the open space. They thought that was a great bonus for Silvermine. So with all that said, we plan to actually, as a part of the detail of what the houses would look like, as a part of the regulation, it's mandated that you have a third-party architectural review and a historian oversee the project, which we've engaged Todd Lampert from the Preservation Trust to help out. And he's been here and walked the properties and was excited about the ideas. And some fun history, our house at 3 River Road went through a significant renovation with Margaret Hoyt Smith, who was the first female architect in Norwalk and designed the historic the museum in Norwalk. So she did the renovation to our house. I ended up tracking down her daughter, who lives in Rowayton, who gave me the plans to the house. So I think our ideas are to follow in her design criteria, which is that historic colonial work, and the renovation she did on our house is timeless, and she did a magnificent job. So we plan to follow those themes throughout the project. So we're excited about it. We want to stay here. Our family's still here, and look forward to presenting a full plan with more details at a later date.
Mr. Lane, I know that the Silvermine Guild is not in Norwalk. The Guild is actually in New Canaan. Is the country store still in Norwalk? I thought that also was in New Canaan.
Yeah, great question. And it's important because the store, half the property is in New Canaan. And so the store resides in New Canaan. And the parcel that we would work with here would be in Norwalk, and it's in the Residence A zone as well. So instead of something else happening to that property that isn't a part of this historic village district, which I think everybody likes that idea, this actually keeps it in keeping with everything that's happening down below. And also helps, just like the Silvermine Tavern, that whole zone was brought upon to help save the use, and it did. I mean, it's successful now, and the houses save the use. So the economics and flexibility around the district allowed for all of that to stay and thrive. And I'm hoping, and we're thinking, that this helps the Silvermine market, which is frequented by all the locals and the artists. It helps them survive and keeps that building going. And it's historic, of course.
But as I looked at your map, the map seemed to include most of that property in the 2.94 acres. Am I wrong about that?
Right. We would only be utilizing.
I'll show it.
So does the 2.94 include the property and the store, or does it
No.
end where you had that line?
Correct. So here's the town line.
Mm-hmm.
This is New Canaan. This is Norwalk. We're only talking about the Norwalk portion, which is 0.46 acres.
Okay.
That is part of the 2.94.
And have you had a professional analysis done of what you're referring to as historic structures that indicates that they are indeed historic and meet the requirements for historic structures?
Well, I'm pretty certain we absolutely do. And Todd Bryant was here from the Norwalk Preservation Trust, and he walked the buildings and the property in 3 River, and we went into the basement and walked everywhere, and he thought we were early 1800s from what he saw, and he'd never seen a fireplace foundation as large as ours. He was excited. So it is early 1800s. I think it's on the resource inventory. Certainly historic by all accounts. And the cottage number 5 in the rear, he thinks was also probably 1800s, late 1800s, he thought, and probably was a barn at first. And then in the 1920s or early 1900s, it was converted to a cottage that was attached to the Gates Moore original house, which is now 11 River, which was the Byard estate, which was the big, beautiful historic property. So it was once one of the barns connected to that, or connected to the Guthrie, my house, the Guthries, and the market above us. So it all seems to be connected and intertwined, and certainly between the farming and the ice harvesting business and et cetera, all historic. But we'd confirm it, and that's why Todd will help make sure that all happens properly.
Mr. Lane, understand, I'm not opposed to the project. I happen to be a Silvermine resident. But there are several ways of defining historic, and we've viewed and taken action on a lot of historic buildings. Most of them, when we've looked at them, are pretty much what they were when they were built. Here you're talking of at least one building that essentially became something else in 1920. I know nothing about, what you're, again, this is not to say that I'm opposed to the project, but even your own house, which was renovated, may not pass mustard as in the strictest sense of what a historic house is. And I'd like to have answers to those questions before we see a final proposal from you. I mean, I like the idea of opening up a little. I mean, the land falls off tremendously down to the river where you're talking about putting a path, and I can see that you can squeeze a path in there, and I think that's worthwhile. It's otherwise, frankly, not buildable. So I mean, I think there's some real value here, but I think we have to be careful about how we define things, and whether those definitions are meaningful in terms of what you're asking us to approve.
No, well taken. And certainly I think we'll meet that criteria. I believe living in this old house, I can tell you, it's got a lot. It's mostly original, including windows and doors and floors and members of the foundation and the stone. So I think Todd can document that. I'm pretty confident in all that. But I think what's also important to note, and I'm speaking with some of the, and working on and researching the history, is, the Village District 82J that was used as kind of the guidance for the Silvermine Tavern Village District, which is the state, guidelines, talks about not just the house, but obviously the house and the structures, but the views and the positioning and the forms of those houses and the uses and the prior uses. So I think there's more entailed than just the house and how old is the roof or the chimney, but I think it's the totality of the historic nature that exists here. And I think everybody appreciates that. And at the Silvermine Association meeting, everybody grasped and really liked that. And we're capturing all of the essence of the history and not just the structures.
Are there any other questions from other commissioners? All right, if not, I'm just going to suggest strongly that you stay in touch with our staff and look to them for guidance before you present this to us.
Great.
Okay, anything else? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
all
Thanks
for
for
your
hearing
time.
us. Thanks.
Okay, next, our own business, Planning and Zoning Commission, zoning text amendment for the complete rewrite of the zoning regulations and map amendment for complete rezoning of the entire city. I had asked Steve at the last meeting to take a look at some of, if you will, the low-hanging fruit that we could discuss and hopefully act on this evening to keep this process moving forward. With regard to the conversation we had at our last meeting regarding the rewrite, I'm proposing that we have another discussion regarding that at our next meeting, so we keep that moving forward as well. Steve, you want to start us off?
Certainly. So I had sent out 2 sheets, and those are all that information is posted on the website on the regulation update page. One of those sheets was, we were just kind of calling minor edits, were more along the line of typos or clarifications. And the second sheet, which was a little more expansive, had to do with some of the uses. So I'm happy to go through and answer any questions you have on any of those. And first and foremost, I don't think that whether you decide that, yes, we agree with all these, don't agree with there's some of these or partial, I think there's going to be more in those categories going forward. I already found a few more that I want to add. So it's not meant that you're closing the door on this after you talk about it tonight. Because, you know, it's 9:30 already, so I don't expect you to be here till 11 o'clock going over zoning edits. But we wanted to just try to keep, as the chairman mentioned, some momentum going and act on, you know, or try to get consensus on some areas to start us off. And then, you know, obviously there's plenty of other areas to tackle as well. So I'm happy to pull up. I was trying to think of a way, since we're doing this virtually, and actually in person probably would have been the same problem as well, to show you were sent the spreadsheets, but that's not really going to be helpful to the public to see the spreadsheet. So it's almost like I could pull up the text, the zoning text for the actual document and go to that page number, and we could talk about any specific edits on those pages if you wanted to do it that way.
Do you want to start with the edits and then we'll move to use table stuff?
Yeah, however you want to proceed. Just tell me what page number and I'll get there.
Steve, I was looking forward to you moving this forward for us.
Okay.
So let's take it that way.
All right. I'll start sharing screen. And Amelia, could you point me to, I guess, on the minor edits one, do you want to start with a specific page number or start with at the top? Might be the easiest way to go.
So what do you mean? You want me to share it?
No, just because I'm not going to be able to look at two documents.
So what you sent me, yeah, the very first thing was page 222 of the proposed regulations for elderly housing, because it's presently allowed in the B resident zone, and then the staff recommendation is to permit it in CD3 and the zone equivalent, which is the zone equivalent to the B resident zone now.
That's the use table stuff, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Amelia, is that?
Oh, yep, that's important. Sorry.
Yeah, it'd probably be in Article 1 would be my guess.
We need, or some of us need that a little large. Thank you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the plus, like the zoom button, there's usually a little pop up over it, so I have to close that first. So if you could direct me, Amelia, to the first one, then I can get there.
It just says the page number in the use table changes. So it's page 222. It looks like most of these are in the 200s.
Yeah, so there were two sheets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there was one sheet that
minor edits.
Yes, that's
I'm catching up. I'm so sorry. So it's article in section 1.21.2.B.5.G.2.
You said 1.2.
1.21.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh, I read that as it's late.
All right. 1.21.
1.21.2.
It's right there. Okay.
B5G2.
Yeah, that would have been helpful for a page number. So can you give me that one more time?
Okay, so you're in 1.21.2, and then under B, it's 5. So I think we have to scroll a bit more. And then under 5, it is letter G, number 2. So it's basically the middle of the right-hand column. Yep.
There we go. Yeah, and I believe that this was a comment that came in regarding whether we should be using assessed value or appraised value. And staff, I'm just gonna confirm this with Alexis Caracetti. She's not in this week, just to verify, but that's the language that was proposed. And Mr. Chairman, do you want to go through each one of these, or how do you want to proceed it?
Well, I'd like to start knocking them out.
Okay. Yeah, this one, again, I think I might have flagged it as a little bit of, I'm not positive. I think what's written
Well,
is.
if you're not positive, then let's move on to the next one. Let's move to things that are actionable.
Certainly. What's the next one, Amelia? Did I lose you, Amelia?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. 1.22.2.A.
1.22. Yeah.
Should be up.
Sorry, easiest way I can scroll. 1.22.
There you are.
Point A. So the clarification is these regulations or the regulations?
You've passed it, Steve.
Yeah, it jumped me.
There it is.
All right. Is that text big enough, or do you want me to blow it up?
Blow it up, please. Thank you.
And Amelia, would you mind repeating that again, please?
The clarification is these regulations or the regulations?
So it's just a text one. Yeah, oh, there's a the, so the should get deleted. I'm assuming that's,
Right.
everybody's good with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Regulations.
Does it make sense for the whole commission to go
Yeah.
over the or the? I mean,
I feel like copy editing should be sort of a
these or the?
non-commissioned.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, that's kind of why I was asking if where you wanted to. Ones you had specific questions about. I know the use ones are a little more of a substantive discussion versus like these kind of things, which are minor ones. I mean, it might for purposes of time, if anybody flagged any ones on this specific set of edits that they wanted to discuss. We don't, again, you don't have to decide tonight. We can come back and revisit that as well.
Steve, I would say
No.
that edits like this, we can leave to the staff. We don't need to spend our time on them.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a hard time looking at the PDF because there were no lines.
Oh,
Really understanding what
okay.
you're asking.
So where does that put us, Steve, and what we ought to be looking at?
So I'd say, again, for interest of time, how about we jump to the uses and talk about them, because that's a little easier to
Okay, let's
think
do-
about. And then again, I'd say review the edits that were sent, and if anybody has questions on those, then we can circle back on those for sure. That's probably the easiest way to proceed with that. But let me pull up the use table. And Amelia, what's the first page number? So I'll jump right to it.
The first page number for the use table changes is 222.
Okay. And what was the first one, Amelia, if you don't mind?
For the elderly housing use, the fix would be that it's presently allowed in the B resident zone, and staff recommends to permit it in the CD3 zone, which is the equivalent to the B resident zone.
Right, and we did also have some conversations relevant to the application you just proved. If there were any changes you wanted to make regarding the elderly housing units related to, you talked about the age restrictions piece, you talked about I mean, there's also the issues with the solar about that being optional, not optional, so I don't know if there's any changes related to that, but that's the question, making sure that it's consistent with the proposed zoning and the existing zoning are consistent.
In the permitted limited with, and I think that one indicates with special permit, is that where we need to specify that elderly housing units should require or should have workforce housing regulations applied?
That would, yeah, and or that's probably definitely a belts and suspenders move. We could also put it into the workforce housing regulation as well.
Okay, it might be clearer to have it in that workforce housing definition then.
Did you, Attorney Blank made a suggestion that in lieu of requiring units, and this is what be a decision for you guys, would you want a workforce unit as part of the development, or would you want just the cash payment for in lieu of that?
Well, why don't we have it a choice? Because it doesn't make any sense where there are separate houses as versus a building. You know, as he pointed out, if it's a $750,000 differential, it'd be better to pay that into the fund than have one unit, because you could get several units for that amount of money.
Okay,
Now,
so we can add some text.
I think it would be helpful, possibly, to have like a clear list of the rewrite related topics for discussion and when we're going to discuss them, right? Like if we want to discuss the workforce housing portion of this, which I think we should, like, I think some of us might have like read through that and like formulated our thoughts on that. You know what I mean? Like if we're talking about like change, like the use table, you sent this out in advance, however many days ago. And like, I don't know, I think it would be helpful to stay focused on. And if we want to have like the elderly housing, how do we want to change that? Like have that on the list of like things that we're going to talk about tonight, you know?
Yeah, and that's fine. I think
jumping around,
that,
getting confused.
I think the issue related to the workforce housing and the elderly housing units came up in light of the application tonight, not
right.
The otherwise the elderly housing unit for purpose of this discussion was related to the use table. And that's what was the two focus areas, the use table and the minor edits.
So right now it says elderly housing units permitted with limitations 1. And you guys are proposing to change it to permitted. Is that the?
No,
No.
make sure it's required. Yeah, it would still be special permit use within the CD3 zone, and the limitations just needed clarification. And that's to make sure it's consistent with what the existing regulations are today.
So changing it from PL1 to SP?
No.
I'm
No, 'cause
sorry.
PL
Fine.
So the L is all the kind of conditions and parameters that go along with that use. So it's basically, it's got to be
Sure.
a 2-acre site and, you know, all those different caveats. And then
Okay.
the 1 indicates that it also requires a special permit.
Okay. And right now it says that under CD3.
Right. So that the designation on the table pieces is fine.
It's the L part later in the document that needs updating.
That's
Is that
about.
right?
But on the use table changes document that we were sent to review and that Amelia was just pulling up for page 222, it says staff recommendation permit in CD3 and zone equivalent to B residence.
Right.
So is that not what this says?
Hold on. Let me jump to the limitations.
Well, do we need to look at the limitations right now?
Hey,
Sorry, gonna take me to the cannabis is a little large.
Where's that drive-in when we need it? When I was downstairs eating some snacks before I got very hungry, my wife asked me if I was the oldest person on the commission.
Richard, I think I've got you beat.
Probably so do I.
Well, how do you
Well,
think?
I guess
how do you
you're
think I
both
felt?
younger.
I'm 62 and I just found out that I qualify for elderly housing in Norwalk. That was a big wake up call. I was like, wow.
But I think, Steve, I don't think we want to look at the limitations tonight, right? Like, 'cause I think we're going to get very, if we start looking at all the limitations for everything, we're not.
We're already bogged down.
No, but if we can just stick at the table and saying, look, does it make sense in the zone that it is? It's a PL. We'll come back to the L at a later date. Because I think that's where probably people spend time thinking of, or at least looking at this.
Yeah,
I'm good with
So it's
that.
presently allowed in B residence. That's what it says under error fix.
yeah.
I'm
Then
not
I
sure
would
why
say,
that's an error. And then staff recommendation permit in CD3 and zone equivalent to B residence. I see it under the CD3 column.
yeah, so that part's okay. So we'll
Okay.
leave it. I'd say we leave it at that then.
Okay. Then halfway house, it says error fix presently allowed in B and C residents as well as MF zones.
Right. so that-
Recommendation keeping consistent.
Correct. That came up several times in the public comment piece about where those should be allowed. So I think the recommendation makes sense.
So it's presently allowed in B, C, and what's MF again? What does that mean?
Multifamily.
Multifamily. And this is allowing it in CD3S.
Right. So that one,
which is sort of a combination of AAA and B,
it's a strictly single
or
family.
single fit, 1A and B,
Yeah,
A and B,
Yep.
combination of A and B. And
correct.
so the change is really expanding it to the A's from what it is presently.
Yeah. So I think the
Your
idea is,
recommendation to let that slide.
yeah, if you want to keep it consistent with the current regulations, you would change this designation here to NP.
Why was it changed in the first place, Steve?
I don't know, to be honest with you. It might have been an error. Not sure. I don't recall having any conversation with the consultant about that. Might have just been missed on review.
And it
There's
seems-
some B properties in 3S.
I mean, I would try to keep halfway houses out of single family neighborhoods.
Yeah.
This is, I'm not trying to get off topic, I promise you. I think what's going to happen as a result of removing a lot of the upzoning is we're
Mhm.
going to have to add another single family zone back in, which will be the equivalent to the B zone today. So that would line up more in keeping with the current zoning in terms of where like halfway houses are allowed. But that does come into like I think what was stated, if the A zone got combined with the B zone, that A zone properties that, today you couldn't do a halfway house in, all of a sudden could because of the combination of the two zones. So as the
But if-
table currently sits, I would say take it and make it NP.
Which
Right.
would mean that a place where you currently could get a halfway house now, you then wouldn't be able to in those
Right.
B zone properties.
Yeah.
Right.
But
God
assuming
forbid there's a
we-
halfway house, right?
Right, but assuming we added the other single family zone back in, it would kind of correct that.
Is that something that, I'm sorry,
you know-
I'm contradicting myself. I'm getting distracted.
We're not adding halfway houses where they don't exist now. Right?
As
'Cause I-
it looks right now, it is because of that combination of the A and B zone.
Well, I think we don't want to expand where halfway houses can go, just because that unnecessarily inflames people, I think.
So then
I-
the two other options are reduce where halfway houses can go, or get rid of the whole idea of combining A and B and go back to having a small lot, single family zone, which is the have 15 zone ideas. It's like one or the other, expand it or reduce it. But it's not going to stay the same unless you add back that zone. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
Look, I understood something.
With the special permit, one of the considerations is compatibility with neighboring properties. Is that right?
More or less, yes, that's
Okay.
Mostly less.
But as we've seen historically in Norwalk, halfway houses can put up quite a fight when it comes to a special permit. It gets nasty, or it has gotten nasty in the past.
Maybe they should just be allowed in all zones.
Well,
No.
I think we want to
No.
avoid things that just unnecessarily inflame people. Because there's some big
You
issues.
don't allow them anymore.
But currently, how many halfway houses are in the city?
I don't know what the number is. I'm not sure.
I can count one that's in South Norwalk, but
One on
I think-
Elmcrest, yeah.
yeah, so I think there's might be two that we know of. Possibly. So, I mean, they seem to be concentrated with
Google has listed 8.
8 halfway
Yeah.
houses.
Yes.
Wow.
So it's got Connecticut, Renaissance, High Focus, Open Doors, Malta House, Lighthouse Overlive,
Oh,
Courthouse,
yes,
Keystone, and Pivot CDC.
right. And are they spread out through the city currently, or do they seem to be concentrated within like a 20?
They look spread out. There is 2 that are a little close, Open Doors and Pivot. Those look a little close, and then you have Renaissance, High Focus, and well, those 2, they're more spread out.
Okay, so does this proposal reflect what's currently there existing? Steve?
Yeah, aside from what Mr. Batchnik just said, that
So that's really good information. So if it already exists, then why would it be this, why would it be this this topic or this idea that's going to inflame people if it's already there?
It isn't, JJ, it's the thought of expanding the area where they're permitted.
So does this map expand the possibility of more building, or is it just basically pointing out what's already there?
Expands it. Because currently it's allowed in B zone. The whole big thing about the 2 families and the 1 families is about combining, getting rid of the B zone and combining some Bs with As and combining some Bs with Cs.
Right.
So this, as this is written right now,
Mhm.
it's allowed in CD3S, which is the A/B zone. So that means As that didn't used to be allowed to have halfway houses could have it. If you take that out, then it goes the other way. Bs that currently can have halfway houses can no longer have it. You kind of got to cut the baby.
Is that a fact, Steve? What Anna is saying, or is that sort of like?
No, she's correct.
She is correct.
Yeah.
You know what,
It's
Anna, I never would have thought of it the other way, that it can flip flop the other way.
Same thing.
Yeah.
But frankly, is that a problem? If we limit where they can be?
As long as they're not overly concentrated
The
and-
ones that are in areas where it would no longer be permitted would simply be pre-existing non-conforming.
I think as long as they don't get concentrated in a single
Right.
area or they're far from transit. So if the 8 that
Right.
exist are already spread out, I think
And-
that's a good sign that if you were to limit it, it wouldn't be superly detrimental.
And what is the difference between the halfway house and the group home?
Group home is a different class. That one you have to allow in every single family zone. You can't exclude it at all.
So do we need to add it for CD3L?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so the Star facility, for example, down by the beach is a group home and not a halfway house. Is that correct? Or
I don't know what about the particular facility, but
okay.
What's the difference between a halfway house and a, what are the differences between the two kinds of?
I can look up there. I have it in an email with the actual definitions for those, but I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately.
I would say a halfway house, this is the layman view of it, a halfway house is for those transitioning from one institution or one ward to now the general public. So it could be low offenders coming out of detention areas, or maybe it could be those who had formerly abused, substance abuse issues, now finding a place to live and integrating back into the community. And I think a group home, the way that I think about a group home is those who are living resident. This is where they live. This is where they stay. There's no transition back into, because they've always kind of like been either integrated as a ward of the state or have been kind of like in a situation where they need a lot of support.
Steve, if you jump over 2 tabs, I think you have Article 9 open. We can just quickly pull up those definitions because they're right next to each other quite conveniently. If you just search for halfway, it should pop right up. Yeah, I just did a Control F search.
Can I suggest that this isn't really moving us where we wanted to go, and that maybe we're not ready for this conversation.
I think we have to rethink this whole thing in terms of how do we organize this process?
Yeah, the process. I mean, I think
I think the map was pretty organized though. I just want to put that on the table, Steve.
I think the map is organized. I think I think the regulations are well organized.
Yeah.
We're the ones that are not so well organized.
Right.
So I'm going to suggest that Steve and I and the staff have some further conversations about this and come up with a better way of presenting it so that we really can make progress. Because we still have some work we need to discuss here on the agenda, and it's already 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So the next item on the agenda.
Mr. Schulman, real quick, if I could, Anna's earlier point, can we get like topics of what we will be discussing so that way we can come prepared and make sure that we're ready to engage in those conversations?
Absolutely. I don't think there's any point in doing it otherwise.
Cool. Agreed. Cool. Thanks.
No, it's a good suggestion. We have 6 minutes, to go through, which Steve kindly provided to us today. That's okay. Can I have a motion to approve the June 7th meeting minutes?
Mike here.
Mike has moved
Motion to
approval of June 7th. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, well, Hector seconded. All in favor? Aye, raise their hands. It's unanimous. Next, June 21st. Okay, again, Hector is moving the June 21st. Is there a second for that? And Nick is seconding. Again, if you weren't at the meeting, try to remember and excuse yourself. If not, all those in favor of approving. Looks, Anna, your hand wasn't up. Were you not?
I abstained for all the minutes. I haven't had a chance to read any of them today.
Okay. We've got to move on them. Okay, so this one and June 7th, both had one abstention. June 28th, can I have a motion, please? Mike has moved. Is there a second? And JJ is seconding.
I have a quick edit. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's just one change from Mr. Chapin to Mr. Bryce. I did send these notes over to Steve as well, so.
Okay, good, okay. All those in favor with the amendment? Okay, one abstention. And the July 5th minutes, I know that,
Well, I have a comment.
yeah,
Diane, thank you so much for all your hard work putting together these minutes. I know it is not easy, and especially the track who said what. So I just want to go on record that I was the one who put it on the table that the new school has to have a green space because they are in a green desert, and that it was very important to have Safe City Initiative. And I want to go on record as putting that down because it's very important.
can I take that?
It wasn't a general comment. It was like something specific, and I feel that there was a lot of consensus about it.
Can I take that as a motion to approve those minutes?
Yeah.
JJ? Okay,
Yes,
second,
yes.
I have one other amendment, which I also shared in writing, but in short was a statement I made about how the map was the point of contention, and that we should give it the attention it deserves, but also that the regulations, as we started on tonight, also need attention. So yeah, that's all. Yep.
Thank you, Chapin.
And
Mike,
I
Mike
abstain
seconded.
from July 5th.
Okay,
I mean, I should have waited till the motion was made, sorry.
that's okay. So I need a second.
I'll second with amendments.
Okay, Chapin has seconded. All those in favor? We have
Abstention.
2 abstentions, Anna and Mike, otherwise everybody's in favor. That completes the minutes. For those of you who were not at the last meeting, we began the conversation regarding upzoning. And most of us who were there spoke. I want to give Mike and Anna, who were not at the meeting, an opportunity, if they wish it, to express their opinion about the upzoning. This is not going to become a general conversation. What we did is I spoke about my opinion regarding the upzoning. Richard spoke about his opinion. Galen spoke about her opinion. JJ spoke about, and we simply gave our opinions, and that was the end of it. We'll pick up this strain at our next meeting on August 2nd, and maybe, just maybe, we can come closer to a resolution at that meeting. So, Anna, is there
Go ahead,
anything
Anna.
you wish to say at this point?
I'd be happy to go first if you want me to. I don't care. It might make a difference to you.
That's okay, Anna. Not,
I have 6 pages that I've written on this. I'm not going to read them all to you, but to try to
I have
organize my thoughts.
15, so
Mike,
I know, so, and I'm not reading.
not
it.
fair.
as
I'm
I
not
said,
reading-
this is
I'm not
not a
reading anything.
conversation.
I know.
It's not a
I'm waiting
conversation.
until the
I'm not
next
reading
meeting.
anything. I'm just sharing my opinion. I get to share my
Okay,
opinion now.
Right.
My opinion is that it's really important to look at the data. And so I've done a lot of analysis of the data that Brian and Steve have been sharing out. I'm not concerned. I agree with some people from the other week that I don't think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater, and eliminate the idea of converting some parts of streets to 1 to 2 family zoning. I am concerned, or rather I am disappointed that the determinations of where there should be upzoning was made solely based on proximity to transportation and employment and available infrastructure, and didn't take into account street level attributes such as the width of the street, the current use of on-street parking, whether the street floods, etc. I don't know if that is something that sort of professionally in the world of planners gets taken into consideration or not, but I think that should be taken into consideration. I think there are some streets that were proposed for upzoning that shouldn't be upzoned, and other ones that got pulled back from early June that I think are actually better for upzoning than those streets. I think at the end of the day, there's lots of different concerns that different community members have. I think the biggest concern, not the biggest concern, I think the question of whether, I don't want to see single family homes that could be owner occupied or rented removed from the market and replaced with double rentals across the board, because I just think that's not just an increase in opportunity, that's also a loss of something. I think the argument that it's not an increase in density because there's already ADUs allowed is valid, and also different. Increase in density by unit is different than the layperson's increase in density by number of people and number of cars. And one of the nice things about the ADU regulation is that it requires owner occupancy. People have said that that's not super enforceable, but you can see it in the data that those houses are 95% owner occupied by the proxy of the tax assessor data, whereas the single families are at an 83% rate. So I would argue that the ADU regulation requiring that is working. And I would like to see if we continue with the proposal for upzoning some areas to 1 to 2 family, that we require those 1 to 2 families to be owner occupied in at least one unit, which I believe at least one person at public hearing also mentioned. I'd like to know what the downsides to requiring that might be. And I do think that East Norwalk in particular, I would like to table the upzoning of East Norwalk until we have the expanded residential parking passes, and I'd like some more information about when we'll see the fixes for the lane changes and the timing of the lights on East Avenue. I'm not sure if that's part of Walkbridge or what that's part of, but I think when those two things are done, it would be a good idea to revisit that area. But until then, I'm very concerned about that. And I have a lot of other opinions that I'm not going to share.
Thank you, Anna. Mike? There you go.
Wow, because Anna, you said a lot of things that I was going to say. And I'm going to read a couple paragraphs only. I do have 15 pages. I wasn't exaggerating. Because I've done a lot of research and I listened to all the comments in the public hearing, as I know all the commissioners did. And I listened to staff and I listened to the consultant. And I have a unique perspective, I think, on this commission because I have been living in a 2-family zone for 24 years, 23 years, and I've been in the trenches fighting for better enforcement, which Steve knows well and good. He's heard from the Golden Hill Association about that. I fought to change treble damages law in 2012. I got Bob Duff to change a state law because the zoning enforcement officers used to tell us they didn't want to go into properties because they could be sued for triple damages. And that was a state law that needed to be changed. We got it changed. It didn't really change a whole lot on the street about enforcement. But then I had an abandoned house across the street from me, which I now own, and it's a 2-family. It's not owner occupied because I live across the street. I have 2 tenants living in it. That house was abandoned for years, and zoning staff prior to current staff, this is going back 9 years ago, they said they could not enforce it because we didn't have a blight ordinance. So I got together with a bunch of neighbors and we got and lobbied for a blight ordinance. So I've been in the trenches and I've seen what absentee landlords can do to destabilize a neighborhood. And I remember Richard Royna saying he appreciated that term. He had not heard that before, neighborhood stabilization. And that's a term that we live and breathe every day here in Golden Hill, because we see that a bad landlord can destabilize a whole section of our neighborhood. As soon as trash is out in front, not picked up, and rules are broken and people are parking on the front lawns, it tends to spread. It tends, people see that, and so we do. Anyway, I feel like I have a unique experience. So here's what I think. I think we ought to wait until the spring, not rush, and we ought to just, politics aside, because I'm not worried about that. You know, someone on this commission brought up that might look like a political decision to wait until after the election. Well, it almost also looks like a political decision to rush it before an election. What's better? I mean, I think we have a lot to discuss. Norwalk's been here almost 400 years. This is really important. I agree with a lot of the zoning rewrite. I think the form-based hybrid model is awesome. I can give you lots of examples. I won't take the time tonight. It's in my 15-page thing that I want to read into the record. At some point, it will take me 15 minutes, and I'm going to beg your patience at that point, going into the whole history of where we are. But I also think we ought to put aside all the upzoning from single family to two family across the city for now. And because of what Anna just said about the ADU, let's give that new law a chance to take effect, see if it can fill in some missing middle housing. And I also found out something I'm going to share tonight. I will take this because it's really important. On bestneighborhoods.org, there is, you can Google that, Norwalk diversity score. There's a map of the diversity in our neighborhoods in Norwalk. And all the upzoning that has been identified is in neighborhoods that are already very high diversity score. It's not going to really change, in my mind, an equity issue. And these neighborhoods are mostly pre-World War II, built before there were cars. They made streetcar systems. You've heard me talk about that in a prior application. But people didn't have cars. The factories, the 132 factories didn't have parking lots because people didn't take their cars. They took the streetcars, they walked, they biked. They didn't have cars. These neighborhoods that are poor choice of words, identified for upzoning are often these pre-World War II neighborhoods with narrow streets, a lot of houses. I have neighbors right in my neighborhood that have no driveways, and they're 2-family and 3-family houses with no driveway at all. So all the people that live in those buildings live on the street. The stress that the upzoning would create, to me, is not, it far exceeds the benefit of having the additional housing to alleviate help alleviate the housing crisis, et cetera. I'm not saying all the upzoning I would rule out, but I would definitely take all the single family to 2-family off the table, revisit it 2 years, 3 years, as Anna said, maybe after the East Avenue changes, but for lots of reasons. There's another thing happening in the economy. It's part of my 15-page thing, but commercial real estate is collapsing because of the pandemic. I'm reading the New York Times business pages every day because it affects my business as a landscape architect. I like to stay informed. Investors are being advised to go into multifamily and single-family homes in neighborhoods to invest as investment properties. And there's billions of dollars that are going to be suddenly unleashed by investors. And I'm afraid that the upzoning is simply going to be a pass to buy up properties by investors and have them live out of town. And we have neighbors like that. I've lived this for 23 years. The out of town so-called investors, we call them disinvestors because they actually mostly don't keep up their properties. And they take advantage of desperate people who don't want to complain to fair housing because they're desperate and they don't want to get evicted. And so these violations continue. And these a lot of these absentee landlords are really taking advantage of people, and it's heartbreaking. So, and yet I get the equity issue, and I totally get the upzoning on, as Lou said in that last meeting, which I listened to on July 5th. You can take a planning exercise, but when you put it in the real world, is it going to be the same? Anna touched on that as well. You know, do you look at other issues? So I think we should put aside the single family to two family upzoning, but not throw out the baby with the bathwater. Again, it's a phrase that we've been using. And I'm supporting most of the this zoning rewrite. But the upzoning is just a really point of conflict with me. And I think that there are other ways to encourage home ownership. There's lots of programs. Norwalk Housing Authority has assistance. The HUD, the state of Connecticut. There's lots of ways to encourage home ownership for minorities and first-time home buyers that will address equity issues without the upzoning, because I think the upzoning is a very delicate condition where you may end up with investors, as I said, I'm repeating myself, but not encouraging the home ownership that we're trying to do. And I'm afraid, and since we're doing it as of right, what happens when we suddenly upzone and then we have this unleashed development pressure where suddenly historic houses are being demolished to be replaced with new multifamily houses. It's a big concern in Golden Hill, which because we're a state historic district. And I think that this is a formula that may have worked in a Western city or a Midwestern city that where the suburbs where they were upzoning were post-World War II, already designed for automobiles, where if you put a two-family in a neighborhood, it's not going to certainly upset the entire equilibrium in the neighborhood. But in our old neighborhoods in Norwalk, and they're all unique, and they're all mostly historic, and all the inner cities that, I mean, all the inner suburbs that we're talking about upzoning are all these historic neighborhoods, that it makes a huge difference to add density. And it can make a big difference to quality of life and to parking, et cetera. I share all those concerns. So I'm saying let's wait till spring, and and forget whatever political ramifications that means. I don't really care. I'm just doing this because I think, as we saw tonight, the discussion is going to get down really into the nitty gritty of what we're doing, and I don't want to feel rushed. The sustainability meeting that we had, I was embarrassed. It was great to hear. I didn't ask questions. I had a whole bunch of questions because we had 100 people sitting in the room waiting, and we made them wait, close to an hour. And I thought that really wasn't right. So why are we acting with a sense of urgency? There's no need. And I think we're going to have to find consensus, and we are going to have to make compromises, all of us, if we're going to come to a point. And that's going to take some time. But I think that the consultant, there was an overreach. And again, as a urban planner and in my background as a landscape architect, I see the sense that it all makes, but applied to Norwalk, an old city with these unique neighborhoods, I don't see how a lot of it could work. And if we really were going to be fair and equitable, we would put all the upzoning in the AAA zones in I'm going to get in trouble for this, but in Cranberry and West Norwalk, those are the neighborhoods that show up on the diversity scale map as the most homogeneous white neighborhoods. And those are the neighborhoods that you'd want to upzone, but I don't think we need to do that. I think there are other mechanisms here where we could do it. And I think we're doing a lot of things right in terms of making walkable and sustainable neighborhoods near transit. We've been doing it right. I think we're doing a lot of smart growth. And I just don't know if we need to fix a lot of this that isn't even broken through upzoning at this time. So I'm not ruling it out in the future, but it needs a lot of careful thought. So I am done with that part of what I want to say, but I have lots of facts and figures, which I'd like to put into the record at another time.
Okay.
I have a point of clarification, not discussion, not responding, point of clarification of the chair. do we have to read things into the record, or can we email documents into the record if we want
They
to
can-
share?
They can be,
thoughts?
they can be emailed, and the people you need to share them with are us.
Right, but like we
So
could email
I
things
think-
to
I think if
you to
if
share with
if you-
everybody.
Exactly, you
Okay.
can email that document to us. And
Okay.
Mike can do the same. Now, Steve, we also want to try and hold another meeting in August if possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you saw tonight, we didn't start till, 9:30. That's not probably the best time to start a conversation. So, and I don't think you're gonna get to a point where you don't have at least a couple of different applications on the agenda. So you're not gonna be able to start right at the 6 o'clock start time regardless for that without doing a special meeting. So I think that's on the table. I mean, and again, I'm not going to try to prolong the conversation either. I think to me, if we meet the timeline, we don't meet the timeline we set out, it's fine. I think it should just take the amount of time it needs to take. So if that means spring, that means March, that means July of next year, that's fine too. As long as you're making progress and working at it and making the edits you want to see made, I think that's the appropriate thing. Last thing too is I think, we were kind of tasked with going back to the drawing board and looking at the map and looking at, the areas for upzoning and what should be taken back out. And I think when you see the next rendition, it addresses a lot of things, what you just talked about in terms of areas removed, particularly to what Mr. Mushak was just talking about. And I think it was just, and again, I think it's fair to say from a planning perspective, a lot of things do make sense, but when you get to the ground level, maybe it doesn't always make as much sense. So I think we took that into account. And from my perspective, it was always the way we set the process up was we released the map, released the regulations. We got feedback from the public at public hearings, and then we adjusted accordingly. So, there was never any proposal to try to approve this. Now, the approval process was always set up multiple months down the road. So I think that part of the process has worked just how we envisioned it working. So I think to Mr. Schulman's point, and which I said in my email, does anybody looked at their calendars yet to see if they have availability or not have availability? They'd obviously like to try to get as many people at a meeting as possible to try to go through things.
We have a meeting on August 2nd. I'd suggest the following week, the week of August 7th.
I'll be here.
I'm available as of now, that entire week.
I
Others,
may not be here that week.
does that mean you couldn't attend a meeting, Nick?
I should be able to call in from where I am.
Okay. Others?
I should be available. Yep. The
Okay.
9th. The 9th is what we're discussing.
The 9th is fine with me.
I'm free.
Okay,
I will
good.
I will need to confirm. I might be traveling that week from the 1st through the 8th.
Okay, well, this would be
I'll
the
be
9th.
around that week.
All right, let's then shoot for the 9th. Steve, why don't you send out confirmation tomorrow for the 9th? And if anybody, after checking their calendars, finds they have a problem, we can discuss it further. But as of now, 6 p.m. on the 9th? Okay. And then
Is that a special hearing at City Hall?
special, no, it'll
Oh.
it has to be a special meeting because it's not on the calendar,
Right,
but it doesn't have to be at City Hall.
okay.
And
Yeah,
then, of course,
I
we
think
have a
the
meeting
idea is just
following.
you guys talking about the regs and probably a lot of the map discussion and other items, whatever other items you want to go over.
Right. That sounds good.
May I make a suggestion for the first part of our conversation? I kind of was thinking with the two documents that I sent out, and I know there's some of them were still question marks, that you would kind of let me know yay or nay on those. So I'm, as opposed to, it's hard to do line items with that kind of stuff. Some of the other items, like the sustainability, and there's some very technical issues. I think it's
Right.
easier to discuss it in a different kind of format, but going line by line on those specific edits probably is not the best approach.
Right.
So I just have a question, Steve. Tammy made a suggestion at the last meeting to, I guess, to identify neighborhoods on your map. So this way it's easier for the public to decipher or to determine, you know, where they are in the scheme of change, and also for us commissioners to be more precise. Is that something that you are working on?
Was what Brian sent out?
No, yeah, Tammy made the suggestion.
You know, I know that Brian sent out some information. I don't remember what day. I'm sorry if it was Thursday or Friday of last week that had the
Districts.
the districts on the upzoning. Was that not helpful or not?
Well, districts is not, I don't think that she
Neighborhoods.
really meant district. I think she meant neighborhoods, like as people like Cranberry, West Norwalk, Silvermine, Sono, things that's really that people can look at a map and say, this is where I live.
We have that on the 2-family and the 1-family breakdown, or we have it on the single family breakdown that Brian sent. We didn't have it on the 2-family.
Right.
I got it from him recent with the neighborhood, but I don't know if everybody got it.
Right.
Having just the full data set would be the most helpful.
Right.
Okay.
One of the reasons you can't do some of these neighborhoods like West Norwalk is that they don't have any sewers. You know, everybody's on septic. And so there's sort of.
No, just as a landmark, just as a marker. Like
Yeah,
this is West Norwalk, period. This is East Norwalk, period.
Oh, I see. Where is West Norwalk and where is it?
Exactly.
Tax assessor data has a column for neighborhood.
I actually would love to have sewers.
All right.
Septic system is-
Steve,
Just, I know, and I'm not trying to belabor this. So this is the map, one of the maps that Brian had sent out. I mean, we could read,
Yeah, that was the district, right? But that doesn't.
well, we could overlay the neighborhoods on that, like, so the boundary of South Norwalk, East Norwalk, West Norwalk, is that?
Yeah, Cranberry, Silvermine, you know, have identifiers.
Yeah,
And
that's.
Steve, would there be some way to put, I don't know whether it's because of my wonderful eyeballs these days, but I can't tell, I couldn't even find my own house on that map, and I know where that is.
Yeah, I think
so-
the other map is probably going to answer most of those questions, I would think. The interactive one where you can actually enter your address in and it pops
No,
up.
I wasn't really looking for my house. I was just trying to figure out that map that Brian sent, you know, where the 2 families and the 1 families and things were. And, you know, I was trying to figure out which one is Route 7, which one's Post Road, so I could tell where I was. Maybe I'm the only one, but I just have a little difficulty navigating that.
No, you're not the only one.
Okay.
Okay.
all right. So anything else, Steve?
Nope.
Then I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Our next meeting is, as I pointed out, August 2nd. Is that a motion, Galen?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn by Galen. Is there a second? And Hector has seconded. All those in favor? Take care. See you all on August 2nd.
Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for your patience.
Right.
Thanks.